Evening. I call the open session of the Monday, February 9th, 2026, Kent County Board of Education meeting to order. The first thing I'm looking for is approval of the agenda.
Make a motion to approve the agenda.
Mr. Queen has the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Ms. McKenzie has the second. Is there any discussion? I call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, it's unanimous, Ms. Manley. All righty, I'm going to be looking for a motion to go into closed session for the following reasons. The topic, applicants for new hires, resignations, volunteers, transfers, extra pay for extra duty, and any other personnel matters. The reason to go into closed session is public discussion of applicants and employee names and personal information could discourage people from working for the board and contain sensitive personal and biographical information. Personnel information is protected from disclosure under the MPIA. The second reason, legal advice regarding federal executive orders. The reason to go into closed session is protected by attorney-client privilege. Also protected by attorney-client privilege will be update regarding an EEOC matter. And finally, the topic of discussion of negotiations with Kent County Public Schools bargaining units. And the reason for going into closed session is to maintain the integrity of the collective bargaining process. So for those four topics and those four reasons, I'm looking for a motion to go into closed session.
I'll make a motion to go into closed session.
Ms. McKenzie has made the motion. Is there a second?
I second.
Mr. Queen has made the second. Is there any discussion? I call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
It's unanimous. We will go into closed session and we should resume at February 9th, 2026 Board of Education meeting. I want to report on closed session. We talked about personnel. We received some legal advice. We talked about negotiations with our bargaining units. No action was taken. Personnel actions will be voted on in open session. Stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. We'll ask our student board member to lead us in that, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All righty. I am looking for a motion to approve the consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda are our minutes of our open session of January 12th, 2026, donation approval, policy series 3000, which is just basically new nomenclature, and personnel. I'm looking for a motion.
Bring a motion to approve the closed session agenda.
It's the consent
The
agenda.
consent agenda.
Mr. Queen's got the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Ms. McKenzie's got the second. Any discussion? I call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Couple of those things are your vote, kiddo.
Aye.
All righty. Public participation, Ms. Manley, did anyone sign up? All righty, we will move on to the superintendent's report. Dr. McComas.
Yes, so welcome everyone. I hope you have a wonderful Valentine's Day coming up. I also want to thank parents and teachers and everyone's support for your flexibility and teamwork around the 4 virtual days that we had to do the week prior because of the snowstorm and the level of ice. So I just want to thank everybody. We did send out a survey to get feedback on that, and then we will do that practice anytime we have to switch to virtual days because of inclement weather. Just for the general good of the cause, just let everyone know that that is an approved plan for us through Maryland State Department of Education. One of the benefits is it allows us to continue to check on students, but it also, we're able to lock in the end of our school year, and that is the end of our school year. So if anybody has feedback for us, please don't hesitate to send it in. We're always looking to improve our practice.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
You know, in the old days, and I mean the old days, when I was in school, we built in 5 inclement weather days. We don't do that anymore. How many are there now?
Right, so different school systems build in different numbers. We build in 2 traditional snow days where everything shuts down. On the 3rd day of inclement weather is then when we shift to virtual. And again, all school systems have to submit their plan to MSDE for approval. As a result of only having 2 days in our plan, we're not a school system that can apply for a waiver. You know, the state requires our students to have 180 days of school of instruction. So sometimes you'll hear school systems when we've had long stretches. So like I know some school systems, because of that recent inclement storm, shut down for a whole week, right? So they may have used all their days, or maybe they're over and they may be considering in the spring applying for a waiver, meaning a waiver for their kids to have less than 180 days. So that's the traditional way. And we had 2.
Okay, so I guess I was thinking maybe everybody only had 2. Why did we just do 2?
Because that was part of the plan with the virtual, because
Okay.
we don't need, like, we're not going to need a waiver because we're continuing to move
Okay,
forward.
I got you.
That's the
All righty.
Okay, and then February, of course, is Black History Month, and so all of our schools have many things going on in celebration of our Black history. And of course, we know here in Kent County, we have a strong history with our legacy celebrations in August and Sumner Hall. So we have lots of community partnerships coming in to read and do exhibits at our schools. I also want to highlight the end of the month is the annual school play at the high school. So stay tuned for that. That's the last weekend of the month of February, and the community is invited to come and buy tickets and attend to the play. So I will stop at that point, and then I'd like to move on to scholarship, or is that, do you move us on to the next topic, or is that all part of my?
Yeah, I didn't know. I'm looking at your thing, so the kindergarten readiness and stuff like
Oh,
that?
that's later.
That
It's
is
under-
already.
Yeah, that's under education.
Already, so the next thing, well, I guess you got the McHugh Scholarship
Yeah.
next, already.
So if I could invite Ms. McHugh to come up and celebrate or share with us your announcement. Yes, yes, to the microphone. Thank you. And thank you for your patience.
Nice to see you and meet you.
Likewise.
So I'm Peg McHugh, and I'm going to talk about a scholarship that we've started in my late husband's name, Tom McHugh. It's a scholarship to honor his legacy of the arts and community. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So this scholarship honors the life and legacy, and I've got notes here, of my late husband, Tom McHugh. He was a beloved educator and arts advocate. Tom also, the Tom McHugh Scholarship has also been established with Midshore Community Foundation. We're on track to award it's grown already from $500 to a $600 scholarship to a student who's pursuing an arts-related field, whether it's in the performing arts, visual or literary arts. And the criteria is they have to attend an accredited college or institution of further learning. They have to apply by March the 1st. They need a letter of recommendation from their art and music teacher and write a one-page essay describing how Kent County has shaped and inspired their vision and art and their goals as an artist. I'm going to read what the vision is of the scholarship. The vision of the Tom McHugh Arts Scholarship is to nurture the young talent and creative culture of our community by providing a qualified graduating senior with a financial award to be used for educational purposes as they develop a career path. And the mission is to select a student whose character aligns with the spirit of Tom McHugh, who we all know was a creative artist, an inspirational storyteller, and a community enthusiast. The student should demonstrate passion, enthusiasm, and creative engagement, as Tom always did. And it's not a merit scholarship or based on technical skills. It's all about inspiration and impact and your heart, having a heart for the arts. The goal of the scholarship is linked, of course, to Tom's name, to encourage a young person at a young time in their life. And this award will affirm that originality, artistic resourcefulness, and community connection still matter in the world of the arts, and in turn bring joy to people's lives. I was recently in touch with Jody and Stephanie, the art and music teachers at the school, and we have 2 students who have applied, and I keep asking them to encourage more to apply, and there are at least 2 other students I think that are interested, but they're in the process of applying. To apply or donate, we have a website now. Francois Sullivan helped us form a website, which really turned out wonderful. So you can go on the website and get all the information there to donate. We have a Facebook and Instagram page. We have someone who's going to be managing that. So, and I even brought my selection committee with me this evening, Julie Gill and Sue Matthews. We will sit through and look through the essays and judge them in enough time to choose our candidate. Anybody have any questions? Okay. Thank you for letting us come out tonight.
Our pleasure. Thank you so
Thank
much,
you.
Ms. McHugh.
Thank you.
Thank you for the selection committee as well.
All righty. Mr. Hushin, is this you?
Yes, thank you, President McGee, Dr. Couch, school board member, Dr. McComas. That's the second time I've done that to you, Dr.
okay.
McComas, I'm sorry. So tonight I have a very brief report to update the board on a new employee recognition process that we will be starting next month in March. Over the last few months, members of the administrative team have worked with our 3 associations to rebrand and revamp how we honor recognize and celebrate staff each month. For the last number of years, you have all have joined me in honoring our monthly Golden Anchor Award winner, which we are still going to continue with that award. But through this committee, we felt like that we had to come up with a couple different awards to ensure that not any employee group was being left out of how they can be honored. So through this committee, we established 4 new awards in addition to our Golden Anchor, so a total of 5. You will see outlined, it was important to stick with the nautical theme. So we will be rolling out the Compass Award, which will go to an employee who demonstrates continued personal growth, professional development, and continued academic achievement. Next, the Lighthouse Award for mentorship and or being a positive guiding influence on others. The Captain Award for exceptional leadership of a team or a certain project. And then our Navigator Award for someone who demonstrates perseverance, overcoming obstacles, innovation, and flexibility. In addition to rolling out these new awards, one of the things that we spoke pretty in depth about as a committee was to ensure that people are surprised, right? And we have done our best to bring people out here and, to keep that suspense factor going. And, it's just challenging to always do it. Over time, people kind of know what's coming. So we have decided that each month, and you are all welcome to join us, myself, Dr. McComas, Gina Giacomotes, Mr. DeVillio are going to pop into schools and surprise each winner and do a photo op. And then each month at the board meeting, Dr. McComas will summarize, each employee who won and give them the shout out during her superintendent update. And to quote Dr. McComas, we're going to treat it kind of like a flash mob and take lots of videos and photos and get that out there so that, everyone can truly see all the great things that our staff are doing each and every day. So that is just an overview. I want to give a shout out to our team from the Kent County Teachers Association, Kent County Educational Support Professional Association, and our ANS Association. It was truly a collaborative effort.
Did I hear this correctly? Are we going to, you reach out to us to pick someone for the Golden Anchor Award? Are we going to, are you going to do all these other awards and then come to us with the?
Oh, no, that is a great question. So in addition, we're also rolling out a new nomination form. So parents, colleagues, students are all going to have the opportunity to nominate. We'll have a selection committee up here at Central Office. What I meant, Mr. Rose, is that if you all wanted to join us when we're going and stopping into the schools,
Okay.
you can. You got it.
What we realized is we were recognizing people, but then we're like, well, can you come down to the board meeting at the end of your
6:30.
work day and wait and to be recognized? So we thought it would be fun for students to be able to see, whoever is getting recognized. And but I will say nothing beats the day that we surprised Ms. Hemstetter with the Principal of the Year award. But that was, I think, part of the inspiration there, to make sure our students are involved in the celebration as well, and to go to the recipient and, recognize them in their environment with the people they work with every day. So.
And it'll be received much better. Some of the school districts that I've worked in, they come in during the school system and everybody on the hush hush and they'll go surprise the team.
Yeah.
Recognizing them here is still great as well.
It is,
But
it
it
is.
adds that element of community engagement,
Right.
surprise popping, it takes some of that, excitement and builds it back into the award. So I think it's a good idea.
Yeah, and I'm hoping that Mr. DeVilio can help us like take some videos so then we could put like a montage together for all of you to see and, you know,
Yes.
whoever's, you know, our viewing audience.
And it starts next month, correct?
Yes, yes, we wanted to update all of you, and then I believe we're gonna send out our new nomination form this week.
One
Would we
quick
be,
question.
oh, sorry. I was,
No, go ahead, go ahead.
would we be given a date in advance of when you'd be going? Or?
We would.
Okay.
We'll let you know so that if you're able to join us, you can.
And with the pop-in, would it be all 5 awards in one day, or?
It honestly, that's gonna probably be a month-to-month basis to see what building each award is coming out of. So that'll just have to be a little extra planning on our part to ensure that you guys are all aware of
Yes.
what is happening and when. Welcome.
Thank you. Back to your comments.
Yep. Okay. If I could, Mr. Poor is putting up. I said last month and that we would bring forward attendance each month to just highlight. Again, you know, in December, we talked about our community schools plans. Each one of our 5 schools, community school plans, addresses attendance as one piece of its plan, and their work is continuing to pay off. What you see here is how does our attendance in the last 30 days compare to the same time last year? That was up for the month of January by 2.81%. The overall attendance compared to the same point last year, again, that is up by 1.28%. And our chronic absenteeism is down by 8.46% when compared to the exact same point of the school year last year. So our hard work at our buildings it's showing itself, and we're grateful that our parents are partnering with us and helping us to improve our attendance rate. And next month, I'll bring you the attendance for the month of February.
Anything specific, I mean, that's a big jump in the chronic absenteeism. Is there any 1 or 2 things you could put your fingers on that have made such a big difference?
I think it's the work at the schools. Go ahead, Ms. Giacomo, let's come on up and share. Oh, thank you. She works closely with our community schools facilitators.
The community school specialists have made this really a key point in their work over the past few months. And this afternoon at 1 o'clock, I had the opportunity to meet with the team and just wanted to share an example. Like Kent County Middle School currently is giving a report to parents showing them if they're on the way to chronic absenteeism and kind of giving them the language that we use at the state in a parent-friendly way. So there's a format that they're trying out this year, and Christine Clark shared that it was very successful. Other things included at the high school, some of the personal connections. So they're doing frequent monitoring of attendance. And you'll see, I think it's not new to hear things like attendance awards, but it's so much more focused and targeted to really building common language around attendance and having ways to do that sort of frequent progress monitoring to see how we're doing.
I do know, I mean, I get the Sunday message from Mr. Buckle and from Ms. Hemstetter, and I know specifically that every Sunday, Ms. Hemstetter hammers home the importance of showing up and all that. And you guys have done, didn't somebody get a pair of sneakers last month or something like that? There's a kind of, there's some incentives. I get it. Yeah.
Jeez, that last one.
Okay. Is the absenteeism more at the middle and high school than at the elementary school level, or am I being too whatever? Because I feel like at elementary school, you're at the mercy of your parent, whether you're going to get to school or not. Middle school kids and high school kids start thinking for themselves. So I'm wondering if they play a role in just not getting to school.
Right. Without me pulling up the 5 schools, I don't want to misspeak, but I would say what you're indicating is typical.
Yeah.
That's what
Okay.
I've seen in other school systems as well, and I would agree. And parents tend to, with the little ones, it either goes early education. Parents sometimes, especially if it's their first child, misconstrue school with daycare. right? And so sometimes those early grades, like pre-K and kindergarten, sometimes it takes a minute to help a first-time parent understand, like, no, attendance really does matter, and every time they miss, they're missing something really important foundationally. Whereas, like you said, the older children have some self-agency on that. And of course, transportation, if they miss their transportation,
Right,
that's very
yeah.
impactful.
And kudos to the students as well, because they do play a part in this. The high school kids might enjoy going to school a little bit.
Gotcha.
So we'll,
Well, whatever we're doing, it's working, and let's keep doing it.
yep.
Thank you. I think it's important to bring us this every month.
Yep. Oh, look, I expanded it. I forgot that I did this. What you see here is our attendance year upon year. So you can sort of see over the last couple of years. Now, I did put a little call out to annotate that right now for the 25-26 school year, we are at what, 94 point whatever it is %. That is our mid-year data, whereas the other years is end-of-year data. So I wanted to make sure I was pointing that out for everyone, but I'll continue to sort of bring this forward too, so that we can see not just how we're doing compared to last year, but how is our attendance over time, year upon year, changing or not changing.
And are we above the state average for attendance?
So is that, it's the 94% is the state expectation. So we are hovering right around there. So that's why we need to keep that right where it is. But right now we're on track to be meeting that and slightly above. So, thank you, Mr. Poor. And then our next point here, and I don't think I didn't make a pretty slide for this, but I will be hosting community conversations with the superintendent. Of course, our board members are all invited. For March 5th and March 12th. They are Thursdays in the month of March, the first 2 Thursdays in the month of March. The March 5th will be at Kent County Middle School. I'm encouraging parents who have students in grades 6 to 12 to try to attend the middle school session because I'll be talking about cell phones as one of the table conversations. And, 6 to 12th graders are very different age group related to cell phones than our elementary children. But a parent can attend either of their sessions and add their comments. Thursday, March 12th will be at H.H. Garnett Elementary School. And again, I'm encouraging parents of our younger students, pre-K through 5th grade, if you can only attend one, try to make that one. But again, you're welcome to attend either. There will be multiple topics of discussion at these. So for those of you
Is it
who...
going to be the same
Same format. So you'll rotate through tables. Different tables will have different topics of conversation. Cell phones will be one of them. I know we did our survey, but I'd like to understand, I'd like to gain more insight through conversation with parents. I also intend on having on hand one of the pouches, the magnetized pouches that a lot of our surrounding school systems have gone to for middle school. They're not using it at the high school level, but middle grades only, where students, when they come in the morning, they get a pouch, from in their homeroom. They put their cell phone in that pouch and it's magnetized shut so that they can't see their cell phone during the day. Students keep the pouch with them through the day. So they maintain custody of that cell phone. That often is one of the things that parents are anxious about. And at the end of the day, on their way out, they demagnetize, the pouch stays in the classroom, and the students have the phone at the end of the day for all the after-school activities. I'd like to show that to parents who come, have discussions to understand those who are hesitant for their child not to have their cell phone, kind of answer some of those questions in person. Some of the other topics will be related to our budget, developing our budget for the season. And I think, did I put on there? Could you slide that up just a little bit, Mr. Poor? Oh, yes. Okay, so there are the other topics. Key topics, cell phones in schools, student achievement, social emotional supports, and give updates on Kent County Middle School project, and then the FY '27 budget input. So, thank you, and that.
Can I
yes.
ask a question? Just, I noticed that both of those sessions are going to be held in Chestertown. Did you give any thought to doing something a little, I could see especially the middle school, but something a little more central so that it, somebody from, I'm just, trying to figure out a more central, so that the other schools or the other jurisdictions don't feel like they're let out. I know when you did the original community conversations, you went to all 5 schools.
Right. Are you recommending I add one at the high school location?
Well,
for
I
Wharton
was
as a
just,
central? 'Cause
I was thinking of Wharton, and I was thinking, I didn't know if maybe you could do it at the community center, or the high school, I don't know. It just struck me that they were both in Chestertown, and I'm just trying to think of a way to get the largest engagement, and you may have said, yeah, I thought about it, and Chestertown, everybody goes to Chestertown. I
Well,
don't know.
I was thinking about Chestertown as pretty much in the center between
Yeah.
Rock Hall and Galena, but I can certainly add one.
No,
It's not
I
a
don't
problem.
want you to necessarily add it. It's more of just a question. I was just
Yeah.
trying to think of
Yeah,
fairness and the biggest bang for our buck kind of thing. That's all.
sure.
Let me ask this with the community conversations. It's just 1 hour. Do you think that's enough of a time frame to kind of go over all these topics where people aren't feeling rushed from station to station, where they feel heard?
Especially like something on the cell phone. I feel like you could talk an hour just on a cell phone thing.
Not that you want to.
No, I know, but I'm just saying it's a hot topic. So,
Talk all day long about students and cell phones in schools. Well, based on my experience having run community conversations here in Kent County last year, and participation, and then experience having run these in Hartford County, an hour 15 minutes is usually, at that point, people are about done. Now, what I could do is reduce the number of topics. There's some of those are like informational pieces that I could just put on a flyer and allow more time for conversation for the budget and the cell phones.
I would say, to Trish's point, consider maybe the Rock Hall or Galena area as well.
well, I was actually thinking of, and as soon as I said it, I realized Chestertown is kind of central. It struck me that it was Chestertown as opposed to Wharton, which is 6 miles up the road.
Rock Hall and Galena still where I trouble.
I chose the middle school because I continue to want to make sure that people are in our middle school and are conscious of their middle school
To me, that
condition.
made perfect sense, so that they actually can experience what we're trying to do. I mean, it's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. There's your community conversation, and there's also take into it. You guys need to see firsthand what it is we're trying to do with why we need a new middle school.
Right. And then I wanted to do an elementary school,
Yeah.
and then, of course, Rock Hall and Galena are.
I know, they're polar
so
opposites of the
that-
county, I get it,
So
yeah.
that's how I chose.
No, it makes perfect sense, and the minute those words came out of my mouth, I was like, yeah, I totally understand it. It just, in the beginning, it just struck me that we're Chestertown-centric, and I was trying to be.
There's an issue in this county.
I was trying to be equitable or whatever. Thinking back to the community conversations you did back not long after you got here, as a matter of fact.
In the fall.
Who do you, without necessarily calling them out by name, who else do you anticipate sitting at the tables as people move around?
Oh, it'll be myself and our central team, and
Okay.
and the principals also joined each of those last year. They typically
Okay.
join the one at their school.
Right.
But we'll have principals at the tables as well, listening,
Okay.
and we take notes. If you recall, we take notes on, and then I want to thank Mr. DeVillo
DeVillo.
last year.
Right.
Painstakingly typed up all of that feedback, which is still available on our website. So we will do likewise. We'll take that.
I was just
I didn't
wondering
mean
about,
to-
no, it's all right. I was just wondering about a virtual option. I think, I can't remember if you,
I didn't do a virtual option with the community conversations. I did that with the budget, but I could add a virtual, and perhaps
Well, that will
may-
take,
Okay.
that
I
will
can
take
add-
my concern about just,
I don't know.
yeah.
The middle school, I was there for the middle school presentation. Is it capable of handling a proper function?
Oh, these will be in person and these won't have a virtual component to it. I can add
Oh,
a third
that's a-
sort of virtual session. You can do breakout groups in virtual formats.
Yeah.
So I can add a virtual, which may,
Do you anticipate because we know we're in the process of getting our own cell phone policy, which is, of course, it's an issue with the General Assembly as well. Do you anticipate the feedback you get from the community conversations to help inform that policy before you bring it to us?
yes, that's
Okay.
why I'm doing it.
Okay.
Because I know, we did the survey, but if you look at that survey is almost 50-50.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
About half the parents are like, no, I don't want children to have them in school, and half the parents are like, yes. Well, the ones who want their students, I need to understand more.
No, yeah.
What is it they're hesitant about, and what might I be able to do to help them feel comfortable, right? These, one of the things I know in my experience over time in different places with cell phones, oftentimes parents' number one reason for wanting to make sure their student has it is it gives them a sense of safety that their child can reach out. Now, what we also know is in God forbid, crisis situations, right, where emergencies responders are coming to school, one of the worst things that can happen is 1,000 cell phones calling out, right? That's a problem. That adds to the crisis. So that actually is a problem that I think oftentimes parents aren't aware of. And oftentimes the information that's coming out is
It's
not
not
always
correct.
accurate.
Mhm. Yeah.
It adds to the confusion. So one, I'd like to have those conversations with parents who are concerned. I also would like people to see what I'd like to propose for our middle grades. Because we know middle schoolers in particular, the social media piece is part of what really adds to anxiety and a lot of social conflict among students, and having that cell phone there with them during the day, they can be in class and they're getting a text from some other student, which is distracting them from their academics. And that's a very real thing. So we sort of need to come together as a community. Are we going to focus on academics, or aren't we, And if we're willing, what are the things that would make it more comfortable, more palatable, right? My understanding from our surrounding school systems that have gone to these pouches for the middle grade students is focus in class has gone up, discipline behaviors and distractions have gone down. A lot of the sort of like social bullying, social kind of drama is really what I would call it as a middle school principal, has gone down. And it's really been a positive impact. Now, to my knowledge, none of those school systems have gone to using that same approach for high schoolers. So it's something I'd like to be able to show parents and have that kind of conversation and understand more deeply what are their hesitations about it.
I
Yes.
wonder, in this process, are you also looking at preventative measures? There's this campaign called Wait Until 8 that just encourages parents to, that their children wouldn't get smartphones, specifically smartphones, until 8th grade, just,
I like that.
and so it's a really great campaign. It's Wait Until 8th, and I follow that, and because smartphones are more the biggest problem, and developmentally, once you get into 8th grade or higher, there's just more of a capacity to manage that, even though there is still challenges, they're just better equipped than someone who's younger than in 8th grade.
I'm happy to have information on that.
So yeah, just to be able to say, because right, there's a lot of information out there, and to be able to help parents understand, like, we're not trying to keep you from your child,
Right.
but like the amount of access, you're allowing the whole world into your child's personal space through that smartphone. And that's very scary and very concerning in the world that we live in today.
It is.
And we need to inform parents as much as possible
Let me,
on the dangers of that.
no, I appreciate your point, and I agree. How do we refrain from getting into the area of having to tell parents how to parent and be guardians and be responsible for what they allow their kids to have access to? Like, I see that as one of the great areas when we're having this conversation. Because a lot of people want to say, well, we don't trust the school system. That's why I want my kid to have a phone. But a lot of times, some of these parents aren't parenting and really paying attention to what's going on, to Laura's point, in their younger child's life and what they're exposing them to. Like, not to point finger at parents, but parents have to come to the table willing to hear, like, hey, some of the issues that we deal with in school, that they like to throw everything on bullying. Well, if a kid from another school system is texting your kid and they're worried about fighting in this school district, it can be bullying sometimes. Sometimes it's just the access your child has, and parents need to be able to have an honest conversation. We can't be on one side, being a school system, trying to be transparent and honest all the time, and our community don't reciprocate that.
I think what I have found is every parent cares about their child, and every parent is looking for a partnership to support their child. And so I think it's all how you engage in that conversation. It's not my place to judge parents. That's not what I'm here to do. I'm here to be a resource to help educate their child to the best of their ability together. And so I think that's all how you engage, how you approach that, right? I'm never going to approach a parent and being like, you should or shouldn't. That's not my place. If we both agree academics are really important, then these are the things that we need to do together to support one another so that your child is academically successful.
Finding that
And,
compromise and everyone wants to be successful academically.
I'll be right with you, Mr. Rhodes. One of the other things as Mr. Buckle and I met with parents, middle school parents earlier in the year, one of the things that became really obvious to me is just how much we need to continue to build out resources for parents. And one of the resources and that's why I really appreciate this campaign. Was it Wait Till 8 campaign? I've never heard of that, but that I'm excited to hear about. There's a resource called Common Sense Media that I have used in other locations as resources for parents, because oftentimes what I have learned is parents, give their child a cell phone, typically, especially when they're going into middle school, and parents struggle to know how to keep up and how to monitor, and that gets old real quick, right? And so what are those resources? How do we build parent support and capacity to help stay on top of that? What are those routines and procedures in your household that a parent might want to consider, right? Different parents handle it differently. Some parents have, you can have your cell phone till 8 at night, and then it needs to go in the charger in the kitchen where I can see it, and I know it's not in your bedroom. And, so, what are those things that we can do to support parents? Because cell phones aren't going away, and zero tolerance in the world isn't really going to work, right? So we might be able to mitigate it by these pouches during the academic hours. Then kids can still have them for after school activities or walking home, which is often where parents want to make sure they have someone they can call for help. So thank you, Mr. Rhodes, for your patience.
I just wanted to include, does Mrs. Swanson have anything you want to?
Yeah, oh, thank you.
About the phones.
This last month, I did see in the meeting, y'all was gonna ask students, which I want to hear.
You're right in the middle of it. with all the
yeah.
students.
I will say Dr. McComas and I are working together to facilitate some student community conversations at the high school. We're looking for, student leaders, and I'm going to talk to SGA about that tomorrow. So we're also working to get the student voice in. That's, not just beyond me. I personally do think that cell phones are a big issue today, like everywhere, and here. I will say that our math department this year started a no phone policy. We put them in this pouch on the wall, and so far for my stats class, it's been really great. And the entire math department has said that it's actually worked a lot better than they thought, and it's helping a lot. So I understand where parents come from, and with the concern, we live in a scary world today, but I think that it really does, I see it affect learning in a very sad, detrimental way. And honestly, sometimes I don't think kids even realize how attached they are until they have it taken away. But I think it's I'm glad that we're making a policy, and I'm excited to see what these conversations will glean, and but I do think it's an issue.
So I'll be there as a parent on the 5th. And I will say this a lot, because I'm on the fence. Because as a parent, my kids don't get a cell phone until 9th grade. I've worked in schools, I can see the pros and cons. I agree it's more cons than pros. A lot of how I will vote will be based on student feedback from me. That's how.
Well, I appreciate the board's patience with me as we work through developing a cell phone policy, because, you know, again, just based on the survey data, right now, no matter what decision we make, we're going to anger about half the people. So to me, with that level of almost 50-50, it is, to me, my due diligence to actually go and have conversation with people and to hear more fully and to unpack that so that we can try to have the best policy for everyone's sake. So thank you for your patience on that. Okay, what's the next
Data
thing?
platform
Data
systems.
platform systems. So Mr. Poor has up on the screen. So I want to start by saying thank you to the board. A year ago, I brought forward a contract to expand the resources that, or tools or solutions is what the vendor calls them, tools that we contract with Power School to add into like our toolkit, because many of our processes, both in human resources and in our academics around academic achievement, and instruction were all manual resources. And we, you know, have a very slim central office, so we didn't have the people nor the technology to make it more efficient. So I just want to thank the board for allowing me to expand those resources. And it's quite extensive. If you look up here, you'll see, you know, our finance tool is eFinance, and that is required by the state of Maryland for all the schools as part of the blueprint, so that the state can help monitor and keep our finances transparent as all part of the blueprint requirement.
Quick question, don't
Yes.
lose your thought. Did you say extensive or expensive?
Extensive.
All right.
Yeah. I will say it's not inexpensive either, but extensive, like broad. And you'll also see we expanded our human resources. So much of our processes and human resources were antiquated, and of no, you know, poor reflection or anything on our team. It's just, we just had not updated these processes. We were still using spreadsheet technology from the 1980s. And so applicant tracking is a system whereby, you know, people who are applying to work for us can go online. You'll see it's a go live launch review. It takes, let me talk through what each of these are, and then I'll talk a little bit about what it takes to stand these systems up. And Mr. Poor, I may need you to chime in at any moment. So applicant tracking is to help us with people who are trying to come and work for us. Records, this is really where we have employee records, and digitizing employee records as opposed to, you know, the old filing cabinet where everything again. So point in case, annually at the back to school with the teachers, we always recognize people for their years of service. So my first year here in August, we do our years of service. We call up people at 20 years of service, 25, 30, 40, and so on. And at the end of that whole thing, I had a board member, Ms. Sullivan, say, by the way, we recognize that person last year for the same number of years. And of course, that person was very gracious and came up and was acknowledged. But as Mr. Husha and I were talking, he explained to me that's because literally someone's going through the files and putting little tallies. So that's an example of sort of like that antiquated, still manual process. So with the records, that gives us a digitized system that helps us, again, pull information more efficiently. Yeah, the Perform system is where people's evaluations will begin. I'm just beginning to use that this year with my, some of my new reports. We're just piloting it starting the spring semester with the idea that it will be fully a process for next school year. Time Clock Plus is exactly what it is, that checking in and checking out and keeping track, so that if somebody's out for some, I shouldn't say vacation, but sick leave or something like that, all of that is tallied correctly.
All this for human resources was done manually prior to this system.
In many cases, there were some platforms that we have. Go ahead, Mr. Hush, and I don't want
Yeah,
to
so
steal your thunder.
what I can speak to about that, Ms. Aquino, is obviously we do have, digital platforms right now, right?
but the platforms don't speak to each other, right? So the current platforms in HR don't speak to finance, or they don't speak to technology,
Payroll.
right? So it's really, there's multiple processes that are happening that can just be eliminated by just entering someone's data, and then it feeds through each and every system. And so with these, long overdue redundant processes, is even when you enter someone, then you're doing a paper process,
Yeah,
and then you're handing it off and trusting that the other department is entering everything,
right.
and then whatever they enter, get into the other department, and it's a long, outdated, manual process, and there's a large margin for human error,
Yeah.
just crossing lines.
It hurts effectiveness. Yeah.
With this update, as far as security goes, has that changed? Because, we're expanding.
Yeah.
And so I would think that there would be a need for increased security with all that data. I wasn't sure if anything was changing with that.
Right, and I'll ask Mr. Poor as our IT expert to really speak to that, cybersecurity piece.
Yes, everything listed here is. So basically, we're centralizing.
And then, okay, so they were the human resources tools that we were bringing on board. Student information system is something that we had in place, the Power School SIS student information system, and that's where all your fundamental student information is, and housed. System tools, eCollect is one of the tools that we're bringing on. You know how many forms a parent has to fill out or a student has to fill out? Sorry, right? This will digitize that so that, again, it's much more efficient than all 5 schools having 5 different forms, and then enrollment, again, right now, it's a quite lengthy, paper-heavy manual process for enrolling students. With the enrollment platform tool, parents can go in and enroll and then upload their documentations for verification. We are really hopeful that this will smooth out. Sometimes in the summer, we, because somebody may be on vacation or things like that, sometimes we end up with stacks of people that are not yet enrolled, although we need to get them enrolled, and then that can make it difficult for us at the beginning of the year and know how many kindergartners we have and things like that. So this will give us, and I'll be able to see, right? So I'll be able to look in and sort of monitor the pulse of enrollment. Learning management system. This is often, Schoology is the name of our learning management system, and that's where teachers, access curriculum resources. They can push out assignments to students. That's where students go in and sort of see that list of assignments and can get the assignments and even upload their papers and assignments. And that's a learning management system is what colleges use today, so that's a normal function. That was in place, and we had used ESSER grants before I got here to use Schoology. Also with the instructional tools, Insights and Analytics is a large data analytic. I think of it as the corpus callosum that reaches into the student information system, the student academic system, and can pull all of that in right now. I know I'm such a geek. I'm so geeky, but that's the Insights and Analytics. So for example, just earlier this evening when I showed you our attendance data, and then I was able to show you that chart comparing year upon year, that comes out of Insights and Analytics. A year ago, I could not put my finger on that. Today, I could pull that information for you in less than a minute and get you that information. So that's one example of Insights and Analytics. I think, yes, when we get to the budget presentation later, you'll see some, I think, enrollment. I've got some other data that I pulled through Analytics and Insights. Performance Matters is, I'm most excited about Performance Matters. It's one of our latest tools, one of the last ones in that long list of things that we're standing up. Performance Matters is an assessment platform. So what that means is that's where we will build out our unit assessments by standard. And then as students go in and take unit tests, the principals, the teachers, myself, I'll be able to look across the whole school system and see how did fourth graders do on the fifth unit of math on fractions. I'm just making that up. But I'll be able to pull and see how they performed, where are they struggling, by name with students, so that we can target our instruction. So that is, we're building that out. It is a lot of work to build these platforms up to where we get them to be high functioning. Is that the bottom of our list, Mr. Poor? Okay. So as you can see, we're really bringing us into a more 21st century matter of working. And I, again, just want to thank the board for your support in doing that. Now, Mr. Poor, if you could take a moment and kind of talk about what it takes to, and IT folks, for the IT people in the world, you use the term implementation. We're going to implementation. I get very excited because the teacher in me thinks like, oh, great, it's up and running and I can do what I want to do. And I have since learned implementation just means we're building it, like we're building it in place. So go ahead.
Yeah, so it really depends on the size of the platform. So for example, Insights and Analytics is probably our biggest lift just because it's connecting multiple systems into one. So we actually started that one, I believe it was 13 or 14 months ago. And we're just now getting ready to close up. So they are actually finalizing on building some custom dashboards. So at the end, we had some additional time left over because you make a purchase. That purchase includes set time where they sit down and work with you on really what data you want to see. So we took some of that existing time that we had left and requested that we have a custom CCR dashboard to give us more insights into what we have to report around college and career readiness. So they're working on building that out. Some of them are much quicker. So for example, eCollect really is just a way that you can submit documents online. The biggest driver of this was the bullying report. So it basically, instead of doing a fillable PDF or something that you have to print out and complete, this just takes that, digitizes it, and gives you a way to submit it. That's very quick and easy to stand up. I think that was like a 1 or 2 month implementation. And then obviously with almost all of these, you're including multiple departments. Especially instruction, it's tied to everything. So you're constantly organizing teams, you're having meetings about it. We come together every time we meet as a CLT group and we talk about where we are, what the updates are. Maybe, if we need help from a certain department, we certainly reach out and request that. So it can be a big lift depending on it, especially when you have multiples like this at a time. But it's worth it.
Yeah.
So, and I want to thank you. So I just want to thank Mr. Poor while he's here, and Ms. Jacomowitz and Mr. Hush and all the teams that have worked so relentlessly to get these systems up. And again, we're in various stages of them running. Now we also have the next stage is getting people used to using them, right? Becoming proficient with using the tool. And I would say that's going to take a minute as well, but we will persevere.
Yes, and that's actually included in the scope and sequence when you do these. So the implementation phase that they talk about constantly, that is just the standing up. Once you actually exit implementation, which is where we are with Performance Matters, or not Performance Matters, I'm sorry, Insights and Analytics, then you actually move into a period where it depends on the project, but it's usually around 3 months, where they do training, and then you can come back for sort of like Q&A if you run into any like sticking points or anything like that.
Yeah.
So it's not necessarily over, they just kind of slowly release you so that you can start working on it on your own.
But with these type of timelines, when do you project everything up and running where we're using it on a day-to-day basis?
All of these listed here should be in place and up and running for the start of next school year. Many of these will be up much for that, but just in general, all of them on this list will be up for next school year.
And do they maintain availability in terms of like, say, you get into this process and you find that we really want this system to do this, and then do they make that adjustment, or do you at that point have the training to make those adjustments yourself?
It depends on the platform, so that's actually a really good question. So, for example, in Forms, we've actually received training where we go in and we will make any adjustments or customizations that we want. With things like Insights and Analytics, because it's so sprawling and it's actually pulling that data from the SIS, When you want to update dashboards or if you want custom dashboards, you actually have to reach out to PowerSchool and they'll perform that customization for you.
Okay.
I will just add one last thing, and performance matters, as I was explaining to you, is like where our unit test will live and our student performance on unit tests will exist. One of the exciting things that will happen in time is I'll be able to, let's fast forward 2 years from now, or 3 years from now, I'll be able to show you that change over time, right? So first grade, or let's say fourth graders on the first unit of math, how they did 1 year versus the next year versus the next. So we can sort of not just track student cohorts of students, but we can track our proficiency around teaching the units, right? So it gives us that twofold data, and it may not sound exciting for anybody who doesn't like data, but when you can look at it over multiple years, it really gives you good insight to take action with. So.
Yeah,
Yeah, it is exciting.
agreed, facts.
So again, thank you for the support in this, and thank you for your patience as we get this up and running and become skillful with it.
We try.
Thank you. Thank you. Much appreciated. Okay, Citizens Advisory? So it is that time of year. I guess, I need to be quiet. Do you do this or do I do that?
Done in the superintendent's report. So I guess
Okay,
it's
then
you.
that's the superintendent. Okay. So it is the time of year, just like in January, was it January we reorganized?
Yes.
It's time to reorganize for Citizens Advisory Committee. We need nominations for a chair and vice chair. On that, I just want to put a general call out to the community. Anyone who may be interested in serving on the Citizens Advisory Committee can, there's a form on the website that you can send in, and then we'll review that. I think right now we did a review. All the current members are still eligible.
There'll be a turnover. Half of them will,
Their terms will be up?
correct.
Okay, I know Mr. DeVilio was helping me kind of look at that situation. So do we have any nominations for the chair of the CAC?
I nominate Frank Rose for chair of the CAC.
Okay,
I nominate Aretha Dorsey for the chair of the CAC.
Aretha's not here to defend herself.
But I nominate John Queen for the chair.
He will respectfully decline.
And how many meetings is it a year?
we just adjusted the policy, and it's a minimum of 2 meetings a year now. Previously it was 4, but based on my experience, I recommended we go to 2, and the board approved that in, I think it was December.
Yeah, it was one of the consent items.
November, December. It was our first group of policies that we brought forward. Just based on what my experience was, I think minimum 2. We could always add more if the committee so felt that we needed to.
It's a
so.
mandatory minimum of 2. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'd be willing to try for a year and see if that's, you know. Yeah. So
I
it's-
nominate Laura McKenzie for chair of the Citizen Advisory Committee.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Ms. McKenzie will serve as our chair of the CAC. And then we are looking for a nomination for vice chair for the CAC.
I nominate Trish McGee for vice president of the Citizen Advisory
I
Committee.
got a real busy schedule. I'm going to politely decline.
I nominate Frank Rose.
I respectfully decline.
I nominate Aretha Dorsey
She's
for
not
vice
here.
president of the CAC.
How about this?
And if we need to wait, I mean, I'm assuming it has to be done today. or-
Well,
If it
I mean,
doesn't-
whatever
I
the
think
will
the,
of
I
the
think the
board.
bylaws say
It has
that
to
in
be done in
February it
January.
has to be done.
It doesn't seem right to With the Aretha not being.
I don't
here.
think it's
Yeah.
fair, but
Well, we can bring this back next. There isn't a scheduled meeting between now and March.
when is the next scheduled meeting? I know there was some difficulty in getting, well, at the
Right, we
time, it
didn't
was still a
approve this.
4-minute, it was still a minimum 4 meetings. And
Right.
weren't you able to get the committee to agree on the first 2, but there wasn't a consensus for the second 2?
Yes, that is true. Now, I was not able to join the last one, and I don't know if Mr. DeVille or Mr. Quinton.
Yeah,
remember the
if I'm not mistaken, Mr. DeVillio, it was March for the next meeting?
Are they listed on the website?
They should be, yes.
See what Mr. DeVille says.
So we have listed, and I would have to go back and find the minutes of March 19th and May 21st, both as proposed dates. We don't have those listed as finalized dates for upcoming meetings and this particular term of the System Advisory Committee.
So
Would
would,
it be, because our meeting would be before that actual 19th, which isn't confirmed yet either. Do we just vote if possibly Aretha's in attendance? Because now we just need a vice president, a vice chair.
So I'm looking at the, I'm looking on the website, okay? And I see the 2 proposed, as Mr. DeVillio said, but I'm also looking I'm looking at agendas and minutes for 2025. There aren't any minutes published at all. There aren't any agendas published, and it just says canceled. So have there been any meetings? Because I think my memory serves me correct that, so the location's been changed, right? It's now,
Yes,
is
at
it
the middle
Barnett
school.
or is it the middle
The
school?
middle school.
Okay. Now,
And we did have that last, not the November meeting, but the meeting prior, that date, we did have the meeting because I actually took minutes that day.
right, because that was
Okay.
the one I could not attend.
Okay.
So
Correct.
Yeah.
if you just send me the minutes, I'll get them published.
okay, so we've had one meeting for sure, right? Okay,
Yes.
gotcha.
Does it have to be someone on the board?
Yeah, that's in the laws. It gotta be board members.
So the president and the vice
I'll nominate
president.
John Queen.
Well,
Vice President.
I'm asking Mr. DeVillio a question. So the officers that we're nominating now, they are for the remainder of the 2026 calendar year essentially, right?
Correct.
Okay, gotcha.
So there'd be one meeting in the spring and one in the fall.
Yeah.
Right,
So
gotcha,
it'd be a total of 2 meetings minimally.
gotcha. Do the new officers begin presiding at the March meeting?
Yes.
Well, first of all, we have to get that more than just a proposed date. We have to nail it down. And I don't know how the proposal to do that is, whether you reach out and do an email poll or what it is.
Well, that's former chair, because I haven't, what we would actually do, first, we should get the officers.
Well, I know, I'm just,
But yes, we would just send the email out to say, hey, this was the proposed date at the last meeting, and we'll just confirm that date. And then that date will go up on the site.
so, again, is what's holding us back is we don't have a vice chair. So,
Say something.
I was gonna say, I'll change my mind.
I'd like to nominate.
She said she can do it.
John doesn't want to do it, correct? Just, let's just
I
be honest.
will to move forward,
Yeah,
but if.
I'm saying I will to move forward too. Now, we want to do rock, paper, scissors to figure out,
Best 2 out of 3.
you want a thumb wrestle? Come on, what is it?
Nominate John Queen to be vice president.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Are you okay with that? I mean, look at me, you okay?
I mean, listen, we're gonna keep the train moving.
Okay.
Okay, thank you,
Okay.
everyone. So, so I have,
Got to call for a vote.
oh, call for a vote. See, this is why she's the president.
All in favor of there's been a motion and a second for Mr. Queen to be the vice president or vice chair of the CAC. So call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
There we go.
Okay,
Miss, I don't know that Miss Swanson, lend us your vote.
Aye.
All righty, it's unanimous.
Wait, one quick question. Can she be in chairman?
No.
Be gone.
It's a joke.
Okay, I got it. All righty.
saved by college.
College never sounded so good, right? I got you. All righty, moving on. That was the last item under your superintendent's report, Dr. McComas. Now we're on to education services, the school calendar.
Thank you, President McGee, Dr. McComas, school board members. Would like to share some updated school calendar data with you. I would like to thank Mr. DeVillio for putting together 3 slides for you. As you recall, we were up here last month, talked about the calendar templates that we had, and what the timeline was. I am very, very happy to report that through the committee's effort and having some outstanding partnership to get some student voices, we have set a new record for the amount of people that have participated in our vote. We knew that that was an expectation that we were going to be held to. Just to highlight some of those strategies, as I shared last month, we brought a student, a high school student, onto our committee this year, and then worked with Alden to, ensure that the high school students were having access to our survey. And then we actually discussed as a team to do something a little outside of the box that we have never done, and that was sending home a QR code in every student's report card. That I feel really, really hit our parents
Nice.
well, because up until last
Well, you
week,
made it easy.
up until last week, parent response rate was actually at an all-time low.
Oh, goodness.
And then that effort, and we thank all of our schools for supporting us in that, that really made a difference, as well as Mr. DeVillio's final robocall on Friday night. So I'm going to have Dan just kind of step in just to walk you through the data, happy to answer any questions, and we'll see where we go.
One quick question about the student. Were students on there before?
We did not have a student representative on that calendar committee. That is something new that we decided to do this year.
And do we know who that student is?
Yes. Aria Johnson.
Jones, Queen's daughter, but go ahead.
All right. So we always do 2 surveys as we prepare the calendar. The first survey is much more detailed. It's determining priorities. It sets the building blocks and templates for our final draft calendars. This year we settled on 3 drafts, and so that second survey is much shorter. Which draft do you like? And then, what's your second choice? So we built out 3 options this year, thanks to Ms. Manley for all her work in putting these together. So our first option started with the pre-Labor Day start. Labor Day is tricky in building this year's calendar because Labor Day is on the 8th of September. It is the absolute latest that Labor Day can be. So it pushes all of your regular expectations for a school year back by at least a week, if not 2, right? So option 1, pre-Labor Day start. When we say long winter break, it's a full 2 weeks. A long spring break, a solid week for spring break. The last day of June, last day of school is a little later, June 17th. All right, so option 2. This one, the calendar committee worked to find kind of a compromise. So again, we continue with the pre-Labor Day start. Initially, we looked at a shorter winter break, but the committee felt strongly on having that solid 2-week winter break. We had a really positive response with that this year. So we ended up shortening spring break in this draft. And then to keep us, the goal here was really to get us out a week earlier. So the school year ends on the 11th. Option 3 is the post-Labor Day start. So it's the latest you can possibly start, a shorter winter break, a shorter spring break, and you're still not getting out till June 17th, right? So this survey opened on the 16th. As Mr. Hushin said, we set a new record, 659 responses as of 3 p.m. today. We saw high parent engagement. It did tick up. It was low to start. While we were still, what was offsetting that though was we were having a really high student response rate. Last year we had only 140 student responses. So this year we got up to 201.
Nice.
Right? So we saw a lot of growth there. Parents grew by a few, and our staff grew as well. And survey says option 2. That was the top choice with 42.5%. And that was also the top choice for the second option, right? So, and we saw that kind of inverse where those who had picked option 1 as their first choice, then picked option 2 as their second choice. So, that is the community input on this year's calendar.
I will say, because I remember this last year when we had y'all go back to the drawing board at least 2 times, and to come back with a new high and like the innovation of sending out the scan code or QR code on the report card. I think that's an excellent job, and I think Trish made this point last year, because the numbers like maybe 220 go back to give us something to really vote on. Like today, I could say, oh, I already know which option I'm going with, just by the sheer increase of input, not only from parents but the students is really the one that jumps out. So I would say kudos and good job for y'all doing that.
Thank you.
And adding a student member.
And there is some thought, to possibly maybe engage a middle school student leader going forward, because, they're very aware of, the start and end dates, and, have some stake in the game too.
Yeah.
So.
Eighth grade leadership opportunity. Nice. Okay. Is it?
So,
Do we need a vote on this?
So
I
we
think,
did,
right?
we did come forward tonight as an action item. We, as a committee, have always, we start every year off saying that we are going to always bring and encourage that the majority is what is selected, but ultimately it is your decision. We acknowledge, it's a tight race this year, probably one of the tighter ones we've had. But with that second question to show what everyone's preferred second choice is, the administration does feel like you do have enough data tonight to possibly entertain a motion and take action.
One quick question. Which one of these options are similar to the option we done this year?
So that is a good question, because I personally have received some calls and some questions about that. And the similar is option 1. The difference this year, as we heard, is because of the late Labor Day start, it pushes us
It's no summer.
further back. Right. So we tried our very best to replicate as best as we could, but we had to get a little creative with this later start.
And that knocks it to June 11th, well, option 2, correct?
Yeah.
Instead of the 17th.
Mr. Poor, could you go back one slide just to show?
Yeah, June 17th is option 1 and option 3, both
Yeah,
have
there
the
you
same month's day.
Yeah.
So if we would have replicated the exact calendar we currently have with option 1, it would have pushed us out into the week of June 21st, and then we had Juneteenth Day, so then staff are coming back on Tuesday, June 22nd.
Ouch.
So that really, really deterred.
Yeah.
So you haven't given us, you're saying the
Recommend.
administration, you recommend, you didn't really recommend, you're throwing it.
Well, ultimately, it's always going to be your decision.
Okay.
But as a committee, we made a commitment to go with whatever calendar
Okay.
had the most amount of votes. So with the data that you have,
It's
we
option
would
2.
recommend option 2.
Alrighty, I am looking for a motion for a calendar option for the 26, 27
I'll
school.
make a motion for option 2.
Mr. Rhodes has made the motion for option 2. Is there
I
a
second option 2.
Mr. Queen has seconded. Is there any conversation, anything anybody wants to say?
I want to say one thing, you guys did a great job.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Agreed.
Thank you, everybody.
I'm going to say the same thing I said last year, that the fact that we have 650 people, I mean, I feel like it just sort of, it's an easier decision for me as a board person. If somebody comes to me and says, why did you approve that calendar? And I can say, well, because the people that took advantage, that availed themselves of the opportunity to give input, this was their choice. So I feel like that's an easy thing that's easily defendable.
650 better than 200.
Yeah, so we've got a motion and a second to go with option 2. Call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
It's unanimous, even though you don't have a vote. It doesn't show up on the thing. But anyhow, I was going to ask her, I wanted to know what her opinion was anyhow.
I think it's really unfortunate that the Labor Day thing pushes everything back so far, but ending school, and if we use 2 snow days, we're like pushing into June 20th, like that's.
Well, the snow days are built in, aren't they?
Yeah.
2 snow days are built in.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Oh,
and
well-
then we automatically kick into virtual, so snow and inclement weather should not affect the calendar.
Apologies, but
Yeah,
still,
yeah.
that is, I feel like that's pushing it a little
Yeah.
bit to the end.
Yeah.
So I think this is the best. And yeah, I mean, we haven't even seen how long spring break goes yet, but maybe in the next year, if we miss it, we can reconsider reinstating it. But I think this is probably the best option all around.
Alrighty, there you have it, gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Thank
Good
you,
job.
everybody,
Thank
and
you.
just a special shout out to everyone that took part in this work. This really is one of the funnest subcommittees that I chair. Everyone is involved, and I do have to give a big shout out to the 3 parents. They were very aggressive on getting out this link all through social media, and that also helped as well.
Excellent.
So,
Thank you very
Good
much.
job.
Alrighty, early childhood assessment data, Ms. Jacomowitz.
Good evening, President McGee, Dr. McComas, members of the board.
Good evening.
We shared this presentation with you in advance, and so just to point out a few highlights, we are very pleased with the results of our first round of the new kindergarten readiness assessment that was given in the fall of this year. Just as a reminder, this assessment is one that really measures students' readiness for kindergarten. So it measures the effectiveness of our existing pre-K programs, but it also includes students that also attended programs outside of our district. In our school district in general, and don't quote me on this, but it's typically around 80% of the students that reside in our county attend our public schools at the age of 4. So when we look at the outside daycare 4-year-olds, they make up about 20% of the other students.
Can I ask a question? And I don't need it to be a belabored point, but what is considered kindergarten readiness? You're looking at someone who kindergarten didn't exist when I went to school. So what is kindergarten readiness?
Thank you for asking that. It's measured in a variety of ways, but we look at not only their performance in ready to read, so it's awareness of the readiness skills, which are very developmentally appropriate at that age. For example, it may be concepts of print, recognizing the front of the book, the back of the book, things that you think about being ready to read at that age. Again, I can't give you a million examples, but when you think about numeracy, it's having the early foundations of numbers and really being able to understand how to touch and count certain items, maybe up to 5. So they're very developmentally
Is that
appropriate
all the
questions.
stuff that comes through pre-K? I mean, is that where we get it?
Yes,
Okay.
exactly. That's what the
Okay.
pre-K
Pattern
curriculum
recognition.
focuses on.
Okay.
So, wow, I went through the whole slideshow. Thank you. Any questions? I can do this on a timer or something.
Yeah, yeah.
Let me just share a couple highlights. This data is not really intended to compare. It's the first round of assessing it, and it's the first time as a state that the new state superintendent removed the old kindergarten readiness assessment. And you may recall that after studying it, there was found to be some bias and sensitivity, in particular with our multilingual learners. So that was a real hot topic when it came to trying to find the right type of assessment to use this year. And it led us to what's called the Renaissance platform. So this is now housed in the Renaissance platform, and we are able to assess our students, as this data shows, in early learning, but our principals at the elementary level were super excited because we can use this same type of assessment to look at reading and math in grades pre-K through grade 2. So it's really nice to see that continue. We are playing with it this year with all different grade levels and getting in there, and it's the first time, I know Dr. McComas gets excited about this because we can look at it by standard once they get in grades 1 and 2, and we can actually get in there and analyze what is the breakdown and where do they need help in literacy and math. 2 other pieces that are assessed in the early assessment include.
I want to ask a question
too
before you
fast.
move. No, but, well, so a couple, might be more than a couple years ago, and now it sounds like it might have been comparing apples to oranges since the assessment has changed, but there was a time where we were at the top of the heap, and then we weren't at the top. You know, we tumbled, and now we're back up again. I wondered, was there anything specific that you could put your fingers on? I don't know if it's Orton Gillingham or what's gotten it, how did we ascend back to the top of the ladder?
Right, and I think we did, I tried to include a little bit of this in our investments. In fact, it's the slide that happens to be shown at this
Okay.
point. So let me just speak right to that. As a board, Kent County was one of the first boards in the state to welcome all 4-year-olds, regardless of their
Yeah, the
level of
universal
income.
pre-K,
And that
yeah.
universal pre-K, I think we are still seeing the long-term gains from that investment. We also have had extensive support and partnership with our special education department. So I think really looking at the ISFPs, students that have disabilities, and trying to get in there and intervene early. We have the outreach that we have had for many years through Dr. Keene's department, where they go into the home, the infants and toddlers program. And then Garnett had the Judy Center, and just recently we expanded that with all schools having the Judy Centers. And one thing we know about that is the earlier you're able to get in and help families understand how to support the students, the better off they're going to be academically and be ready to learn in kindergarten.
Well,
So
that's
all of that is
what I'm
really
learning
good.
about the Judy Center is it is parent engagement. You're not just dropping your kid
That's
off.
right.
You have to be there.
Be there with
So
them.
you're learning, just like they are, what it is to support your child. So yeah, I think that's really important.
Another piece that's unique is in Kent County, just recently, we've also layered in the community schools. So it not only has that benefit of reaching the families early on, but continuing all the way through so that we can provide the term you've heard us use before, the wraparound services. So we're looking at students that may struggle with social emotional needs, and they are the types of supports through our social workers and our school counselors. They are all part of those wraparound services and can provide that supplemental support that students may need. To the slide that we're looking at now, sort of the 4th layer there talks about our investment in professional development. So that's always a hot topic in schools because there's never enough hours to do everything you want to do. So Kent County has been laser focused on seeing that all students were trained in the science of reading. This goes back a number of years ago to something called the LETTERS program. And Kent County was one of the first counties to have all teachers trained in early childhood letters. So our teachers had that sort of foundational knowledge. And then on top of that, the initiative of moving Orton Gillingham and having that become part of the core program for our school system has been a game changer. So we also continue that as we have new teachers. Perhaps they weren't here when we had that initial training. MSDE has offered courses for new teachers and even secondary teachers in those foundational reading skills. They're called the AIM Pathways to Literacy and the SUNY Literacy through the State Department. So the other piece, President McGee, that I didn't mention is just that whole, again, another way to chart the course is the 3-year-old program. So we started that this year, and we are super excited that sitting in our audience back there is a very gifted grant writer, and we're hopeful that we're going to be able to expand it this year to all school areas, elementary school areas, getting a 3-year-old program. So think about the difference that will make. Again, for the families, that's a whole year not paying daycare, and that they're able to go to work and get a job, and then they're in a quality care environment. If you haven't had the chance to see Mrs. Maroon in action, she's in our Judy Center pilot not Judy Center, the 3-year-old pilot program housed at the church.
Yes.
We've been in there a number of times. It makes such a difference in their lives, and they really are a little community of 3-year-olds. We have everything from one child that could truly be the mayor of Kent County to others that are helping one another. There's that sense that everyone belongs there. So if you haven't had a chance to see them, I hope you do pop in and look at that as well. So I'm sorry to go so quickly through this. We ended up top of the chart in mathematics across all counties. Again, we get to say this.
Well, that's,
It was never
Can we
intended
get
to
to the next
compare.
slide?
yeah, the slide's
Oh,
not changing.
thank you. Okay.
What you're talking about should be, I want to say, well, I think that's slide 10, but slide 8
Thank
starts
you,
with,
Dr. McCombs. It's not
Sorry.
moving for me.
There we go.
yeah.
Well, and I didn't realize that.
Second highest in the state in the area of literacy. Now I need my glasses on. Early childhood literacy. And so you can see the red line indicates the state average, and Kent County pops up significantly above the state average.
Outstanding.
And then in mathematics, oops, this one breaks it down by student groups. And again, if you look at the story behind the student groups, I think it's a real celebration for all, particularly our multilingual learners. That was another area that really stood out as, I think, a result of the state. I want to give a shout out to the state superintendent's attention to multilingual learners, because it's the first time, if they were not successful, that we had that option to give them the same assessment in Spanish. So now you're really testing, do they know how to read, not do they understand English? So that, I think, is part of that result that we are seeing there as
Awesome.
well. Okay,
With that, before you go on to the next slide, the multilingual learners,
yes.
see the same type of improvement in students with disability. Is there anything that stands out on what worked and what helped that improvement?
Well, oh, go ahead.
I will jump in. I say, Dr. Keene and her team work really diligently across the board. And for families, from the time if a child is born and in the hospital, it's identifiable that they have special needs. That's our infants and toddlers program. And so for some children, we work with them from the time they're born. But prior to entering school, it's the family support plan. Did I say that? The IFSP, the individual family support plan. And that's where our employees, our team members go into families' homes and work directly with the families there to help the parents learn skills to support their student needs. So I think that's critical. And then I think the work of the Judy Center, and of course, Universal Pre-K, and of course the 3-year-olds, the more support we give early on, what they always say, early intervention makes all the difference. And I think that's what we're really seeing in our data. And the slide, the earlier slide we were looking at looked like the stair step. It really shows you these results are a function of compounding.
Layers of,
Right?
yes.
It's not one thing, it's the synergy that happens when you have many, many things working in concert. And we're obviously very excited about this. So let me stop playing with
I'm
it.
going to put a little plug in since we're going to be talking about the budget pretty soon. I think this also is a testament of when people say, well, what are you doing with your money? Here's what we're
Facts.
doing with our money.
Yes.
Because that pre-K to probably, I would say fourth grade now, it's hard to poke holes and find inefficiencies in that, in our public school system. Like pre-K to fourth is very, very strong, I would say, where, well, the data shows we're 1 and 2 in the state, so.
And I think I just want to reiterate what Ms. Giacomowitz pointed out, is that with this new assessment that the state superintendent, we used for the first time this year, it allows us, we will be using it in Kent County for students all the way up through second grade. And if you think about state testing, typically we bring forward kindergarten readiness. Are they entering, how ready are they to hit those standards and start moving forward? And then the next assessment point you really get is third grade.
Yeah.
So that's a huge window of really important developmental stages that of academic growth that now this new assessment allows us as educators to have the pulse on how they're doing and what we can do in real time to keep them at that high level of performance. So we're very excited about this
Well, that is
resource.
important because there was a time when we were leading the state in like kindergarten, and then we hit the third grade and there was a cliff. So, yeah,
So, right, it will be important to keep these high performers highly performing.
yeah.
And to the point about third grade, the 3-year-old program, to your point about jobs and families being, it's also helping the economic burden that's in our county by allowing people to have someone to have their kids and actually be educating their kids instead of typically maybe paying $1,200 to $1,500 a month for the child care. So that has had an immediate impact from what I'm hearing from parents immediately in our community, which helps the overall community cycle of just us all working together as a cohesive community. So.
So here we are, Matt.
The other area we wanted to just recognize is that of mathematics. And again, Kent County ranked the highest in the state in readiness for math in kindergarten. And one of the things that we know is Kent County has had intentional focus in building those early numeracy skills from teachers of the earliest years in pre-K all the way through. And when we talk about that, our principals have really been leading the charge with trying to look at the type of data that's available in math through their professional learning communities. Teachers like Principal Yoder, principals like Principal Yoder has invested along with her staff in specialized programs that are supplemental to our core to help students as they go through and may not have that foundation that they need. So both literacy and numeracy have core programs that I think this shows a result of that work. In the early childhood program, the core program is called Children Study Their World. So it's a program that we adopted a number of years ago, and it's based on a term that you've heard, the science of reading. This is also the science of math. So the University of Maryland designed it in such a way that it's project-based. So they have units of study, and if you've ever visited our pre-K classrooms, you might notice that you would walk in and see a train in the classroom. Well, they're studying transportation, and they learn all about their community and their world, and then integrate the math and literacy skills that are necessary to help it make sense to them. You want a little 4-year-old, you want their day to make sense and see how all of these dots connect. And I think that, again, is another example of laying that strong foundation in mathematics.
And in mathematics, if you're looking at the chart, we're the only school district in the 70% percentile.
So you want to change
Things
that?
are, yeah. Well, I'm sorry. Just gonna say good things are happening.
It was funny because Bill showed me a minute ago which one to push, and then I pushed it and you pushed
Oh,
it.
sorry, I'm so sorry.
So we were both pushing it. I'll let you do the
I was
slides
just
if
trying to
that's
be
okay.
Vanna for you.
Thank you. So this, again, is looking at the demographic data. And I think when we looked at this, it very much mirrored the same thing we saw in literacy, that there was attention and growth in the various student groups. Okay.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
we went through this
Oh,
already.
wrong way.
We might be going the wrong way. There we go. Well, one more.
Sabers, let's talk about Sabers.
So SABER, with our acronym, Social, Academic, Emotional, Behavior Risk Screener. That's a lot of words. So this is one way to measure SEL, and it is something that basically
For the
gives
record, I
us
know what SEL is, but some people might not.
social, emotional learning.
You got to remember
Thank
the
you.
people that
I
are watching
appreciate
that don't speak
For the
edu-speak.
consumers.
Yeah.
So it's another tool that serves as a screener. And after we give this initial assessment, school teams can identify students that may have behaviors that seem to put them a little bit at risk, whether they are social, academic, or emotional behaviors. And then based on that initial screener, they would use the appropriate tools to glean more specific information to develop a plan for students that are at risk in this area. So SABERS is a part of the KRA, but it's basically to screen for social emotional learning.
We do have, and just, I
So would
just,
you tailor make a program for each I mean,
If you have a
that way
child
you can do
that's
that
at
in a
risk,
small school system.
I'll give you a concrete example. This is not unusual, but we may have a 4-year-old that when they get frustrated, they run out of the classroom. So, and they do it multiple times where it becomes a risk. So the team will get together to sort of look at the antecedents and figure out what's happening and what can we do to prevent that behavior. That's an individual plan. This may have screened and had some indicators that say, pay attention. There are some things showing up in this screener that are going to help us know that we need individualized plans for that student, an individualized plan.
it will also, you may have like, things that are identified that you can do in a social group, right? Like pull a group of students once a week that need to work on a certain social behavior. Maybe it's taking turns or impulse control, things like that. You know, it's very flexible in what it identifies, and then our flexibility to think about what's the best way to build those skills.
Absolutely.
Quick question. Can we come up with another title? I just don't like that acronym.
Sabers.
That was, we have to talk to MSDE. That wasn't a Kent County.
They got a little more creative than that.
I said to the team, when you say sabers, I just kept imagining little toddlers in pirate costumes is what, you know, with like the little pirate outfit. So that's what, when I hear it, I can just envision toddlers. And then moving forward, you know, do you want to talk about this one?
Please.
Thank you. So just, you know, so clearly our data is telling us that what we are doing for early childhood, everything prior to kindergarten, is yielding strong outcomes. We are supporting our children, we're supporting their families as they're getting them ready to come to kindergarten, because the pace really starts to pick up in kindergarten. And so we're very excited in all the investments we've made in our early childhood program, and we obviously want to sustain and maintain that. But we also want to continue to, boy, this timer here I'm struggling with. We want to continue to invest and embellish our early childhood opportunities. And as all of you know, we're very excited that Rock Hall and Galena achieved their full accreditation for early childhood programming. So we will be, I know, we're very excited. And they had the highest marks as well. Level 5 accreditation. So we intend on pursuing the pre-K 3 expansion grant for those two schools going into next school year, which would again open up the number of spots for our 3-year-olds in the community. Of course, sustained professional learning for our teachers, that really does matter greatly in terms of the quality of what's happening day in and day out in our classrooms. And then, of course, we can expand that even more once our new middle school building is built. Our plan is for the 5th graders will relocate into the new middle school building, opening up more space in our elementary buildings for to serve more 3-year-olds. And so just so you can sort of see where this is going in the next couple of years.
So question to that, so you can build on it a little bit. The 3-year-old students right now are not counted in our budget, correct?
Correct. The funding, well, and I guess that's something Mr. Kirby and I will talk about later. So the funding for pre-K is slightly different than the funding for kindergarten and up. And we'll talk a little bit about that in the budget presentation, if you don't mind deferring.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
about expanding the pre-K? So I know one of the reasons that the 3-year-old program is or I'm assuming at the Presbyterian churches, we just didn't have room at Garnett. Is there going to be room at both Rock Hall and Galena to do that, or are we going to have to find a partner outside the school to move, to accommodate that?
We just did our facilities walkthrough, and Mr. Porter was the lead in that. We met with the principal. We actually, and Mr. Kirby was with us as well, walked in and out of classrooms, and out of the mouth of our principals, there will be room in their schools
Okay.
directly to support.
Well, that's
the
one less
three-year-old
obstacle,
programs.
because I'm thinking that
Correct.
one of the things that has made it possible for us to do it this year is the Presbyterian Church, with the money they, had somebody had left them that allowed them to make the alterations to their church building. So I mean, I'm actually thrilled to hear that we're not going to have to go look for
We are
other
too.
places. Okay.
Yep.
And one other thing I just wanted to point out, I'm sure it's obvious, but all of the attention to this work that we're doing is part of the blueprint. It is pillar one,
Yeah.
expanding our early childhood programming and really giving attention and detail to what needs to happen to help our students successful through the years. So you'll see that direct link as well.
Just a quick question. I had the opportunity back in January to visit the Kent Family Center, and I just wasn't sure what relationship we have with them. I know that they receive some form of public funds, and if we partner with them in any way, or,
They are on the Judy Center Steering Committee.
okay.
So they've been partners with us for years. So when
Okay.
we engage in professional development, they're at the table with us. They are, in fact, they attended the Professional Development Day session held at Garnett in January. So they've been a strong partner and a good think partner through some of the problems of practice that we face in early childhood.
Okay, I wasn't sure, do they implement any of the, I know they don't, at least my understanding is they aren't like heavy on academics, but maybe I'm wrong about that. I wasn't sure if they were doing any similar work, but maybe.
They
I'm
are,
more
actually, they are.
Oh,
They
okay.
do not use the Renaissance platform, and I wish I could think of the name because I've looked at it. Katie told me what it was called. I can't think of it, but they have their own assessment system as well,
Oh,
and it's
wow.
based on the standards. So we have worked together for a number of years, and like I said, they are a strong partner with us.
Yeah, that's great, thank you.
So thank you, and I just want to highlight all the photos in this presentation are our own children, so.
I recognize them.
Who did this actual presentation? This was more,
So
the
thank
more,
you for asking that, and I have to give a shout out because your superintendent has been instrumental, but honestly, Amelia Marcosian is incredible. And so the three of us work together, and I think that's how we landed here.
this was a good,
Team
good
effort.
presentation, easy to read, great pictures, the colors, everything was popping, along with the good news of us being 1 and 2 in the state in the respective categories. So great job across the board.
Thank you.
Thank you very
you.
much.
May I add one commercial before I
Of
leave?
course.
I just wanted to say Rose Osborne from the Economic and Tourism Development, along with Dr. Sarah Dorenza Clark and Raven from Washington College, worked under the leadership of Michelle Serino on February 6th at Kent County Middle School. There was an incredibly successful event. It was called a pop-up museum, and they engaged with history through interactive exhibits, really pointing out our own local history. It was incredible, including the museums of Kent. And I was just so proud of how, again, how strong that collaboration was. And I want to thank Michelle Serino, who really took the lead on that and made it happen. We have phenomenal pictures that I'm sure
Yeah.
Dr. McComas will share with you. as well.
Shout out Mrs. Sereno and the team, yes.
And I'll just add that pop-up museum was one of the many events happening throughout the year as a function of the Maryland 250 celebration of our nation's anniversary. I've been participating in the planning meetings, and really, I'm just getting started in participating. I was not able to join the first two, but there'll be more to come. And again, it really was fantastic. So.
Yes.
Okay, Chris, I will you tell me when, or you can do it, and so I'll try to be more coordinated.
That's fine. Can I go ahead and?
Sure,
can
go
I
ahead.
Go ahead and do it, and then if I need it. Thank you. So, I'm excited to be here this evening to share some more good news. So, good evening, President McGee, Dr. McComas, and members of the Board of Education. I'm Chris Hemstetter, of course, principal of Kent County High School. and thank you for the opportunity to share a brief summary and key highlights of the KCPS graduation rate progress. I know that you were provided the full presentation in advance and had the opportunity to listen and view the recorded voiceover, but this evening my goal is to provide a summary of the highlights for you and also for the public with a deeper focus on the systems and outcomes that are most important for the board to hear. So graduation rate remains one of our strongest indicators of student success and overall system health. For the most recent reporting year, and we'll get into it as I flip through the slides, Kent County Public Schools achieved a 4-year graduation rate of 93.1%, which is well above the Maryland State average of 86.4% and places Kent County Public Schools in the top 10 in the state. This performance reflects consistent results over time, not just a single strong year or a short-term trend. So I'm going to flip over to that slide 3. It's about how KCHS is making the difference with our systems. And I want to begin with how these outcomes are happening at Kent County High School. And I wanted to bring up, Dr. McComas often shares with us, and I thought it would be a great time to push into one of the strengths of Kent County High School and also Kent County Public Schools is our ability to provide a boutique level of service to students. Support that is highly individualized and responsive to student needs. So because of our size and also our structure, we are able to really truly know our students, monitor that progress closely, and tailor supports in ways that larger systems often struggle to do. This boutique approach is reflected in the systems we have in place, including those flexible pathways to graduation, access to dual enrollment opportunities, strong CTE programs that we have and support, industry recognized credentials, and those internship experiences that our students at Kent County High School are able to engage in. In alignment with MSDE Pillar 4, which comes out of the blueprint for the state, we provide targeted and equitable supports for our special education students and multilingual learners through co-teaching models that we have in place, mentoring opportunities, and advisory periods and classes such as skills and success, which support that case management and individualized student planning. Behind the scenes, regular counselor engagements with our teams at Kent County High School and also our students and staff. We have those weekly staff meetings and proactive intervention times, which allow us to identify concerns early and be proactive and respond in real time, ensuring that students do not fall through the cracks. So if we look at that slide 4, which you were provided with, accomplishments of the class of 2024 who graduated last May, is our student outcomes and supports this boutique approach that we have at Kent County High School. These systems are clearly reflected in the accomplishments of the class of 2025. Our graduates earned more than $3 million in scholarships, which included 3 prestigious University of Maryland Banneker Awards. Students completed 135 advanced placement courses and 107 dual enrollment courses, earning 321 college credits and generating significant tuition savings for families. Additionally, 44% of the class of 2025 earned industry-recognized credentials, graduating with both a diploma and professional credentials that prepare them to enter the workforce or continue their education. In total, the estimated financial value of a KCPS education for the class of 2025 exceeds $3.26 million, representing a meaningful return on investment we've talked about for our students, families, and community. And if you look at this slide, which was included, it is that 3-year graduation rate
trend, which provides consistency. One of the most important pieces of data for the board to see is the 3-year graduation rate trend. Across all 3 years that you're seeing on the screen, 2022 and 23, 2023 and 24, and 2024 and 2025, KCPS graduation rates have consistently remained above the Maryland state average. Even as the statewide graduation rate declined to 86.4%, KCPS maintained a graduation rate above 93%. This consistency that we speak of demonstrates that our outcomes are stable and sustainable, supported by strong systems rather than dependent on a single cohort or short-term initiative. And then this slide actually shows it a little bit better. When we compare KCPS to school districts across Maryland, the results again remain strong. With a graduation rate, as you see, Kent County at 93.1%. Kent County Public Schools is well above the state average and actually tied with Allegheny County for 8th in the state, if you look at the data, placing us firmly within the top 10 districts statewide. This ranking is especially meaningful because it shows that district size is not a barrier to excellence. Through intentional systems that individualize support and early intervention, KCPS is able to compete with and often outperform much larger districts. So in closing, these data tell a clear and reassuring story. Graduation success at Kent County High School is not accidental. It is the result of intentional planning, individualized support, flexible pathways, and consistent monitoring. Our ability to provide boutique student-centered services combined with strong instructional and support systems allows us to meet students where they are and guide them successfully to graduation. Even as statewide trends fluctuate, KCPS continues to exceed state averages while remaining focused on equity, responsiveness, and long-term student success. And our commitment will always remain clear. Every student graduates prepared for college, career, and life beyond high school. So thank you for that, and I'm happy at this point to open it up and answer any questions that you might have.
Yes, I do that. Go ahead first, Laura. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I was wondering, because I saw the percentage for the IRC credentials, and that was helpful. I'm just wondering, when it comes to closing the gap and the amount of scholarships we receive, the amount of dual enrollment, the percentage of students, like how do we know if we're closing the gap where, because that dollar amount doesn't tell me how many students that, because one student could have received a significant amount of money, right? And I don't know how that how that's distributed among the class as a whole.
Right. So access is provided to all of our students. So we make sure that with those drop-in that students have with counselors and with the emails and the communication that we sent out for any scholarship or dual enrollment opportunities or apprenticeship opportunities, that we are able to push out access to all students. We are also able, our counselors are also able to meet with families, also meet with students, and be able as a team, the staff at Kent County High School are able to meet to make sure that we individualize and make sure that all students are able to have access to those things.
Yeah,
We do
May I-
work on,
Sorry. Yeah, I have no doubt that everybody has access to it. I'm just wondering in terms of data, like with the expansion of the data, like how are we capturing, or is there a future of capturing college and career readiness so that we're seeing demographically, like, are we closing the gap in terms of who's actually getting it, not who has access to it? Because I have no doubt that there's equitable access, but access and actual participation are two different things?
Sure. So if you look, when you get a chance, if you go and look in our strategic plan, I think it's on our website, you'll see some of our baseline data. And so I was able to pull some data to answer that, I think begin answering your question. So I'm going to give you 2 years data to show how we are kind of improving, right? So the year prior to this group that we were just looking at, for AP exams scoring 3 or better, which is what colleges could give you credit for, we had 65 students that in that graduating class participate in AP exams and scoring 3 or better. Now, they could have taken multiple exams, as you said. That was 48.5% of the students taking AP exams were scoring 3 or better. In this group that we were just discussing, that just graduated in May, it was 71 students, and their percentage was up to 54.6. So we're seeing more students are taking and scoring 3 and better, so it's not only more students, but the percentage of students who are scoring better is improving. And then students who earn college credit directly through dual enrollment with either Chesapeake or Washington College. In the class of 2024, it was 94 students, which was 92.1% of the students who did dual enrollment in that class achieved the credit. Last year, it was 95 students for a percentage of 94.3. So again, we see more students achieving the college credit through dual enrollment in a graduating class, and that being a higher percentage as well. So SAT, I didn't get a chance to pull up the SAT as another example of a marker of college readiness.
So is that 94% of like seniors who got a college credit? I'm trying.
94% of the students who took the dual enrollment in that class. So it's the percentage of the students in that class who took the dual enrollment and achieved the credit.
But in comparison to the grade level as a whole, we don't know.
Well, is your question for the students who didn't take dual enrollment?
Right. So
How
I
many
guess what
did
I'm just
not?
wondering is there a plan to like increase the overall number of students who access dual enrollment?
Right, that's the effort, is to try to have more students. So this would have been 95 students out of 124 students in that graduating class.
Okay.
So what's that? 30 students did not participate.
Okay.
Is
Yeah,
that,
I mean,
that's
that's
kind of
helpful.
what you're thinking
Yeah, I guess I'm
through?
trying to understand like who this represents, right? When I look at that number, I can't tell if we're closing the gap as far as who is not just has access to it, but that is actually participating with it.
Got
Yeah.
it, and being successful in it.
Right.
Okay. Now I have a deeper understanding of kind of what you're looking for.
Yeah. And then, I mean, my only other question was just because, and this is just from lived experience. I mean, thankfully, when my older daughter went to Chesapeake College, she was able to go and start college right away, but it was, she just barely made it, right? Because of the GPA. It wasn't fabulous at the time. And I'm just wondering, because Chesapeake does require a 3.0 to be able to start their college classes, like how are all of our students aware of that requirement? Because when I think of like, say, athletes are only required to, that GPA requirement is much lower than what Chesapeake has. When I think of college readiness and are they ready to start? Or because nationwide it's a problem for colleges where kids are needing remediation, and how are we working towards making sure that they're ready to actually start college classes?
So, so they are made aware of what the procedure and the process is in order for them to take the dual enrollment courses. And they're well aware of that, you know, as they start their freshman year into their sophomore years. And then we also are able to provide that guidance and support to them in order to reach that GPA level in order to have access to taking those courses.
Yeah, I just think it will be helpful just as a board member to be able to know, like, you know, it is that overall, because I mean, graduating and then being prepared for college, if they needed to take remedial courses, it's not really the same as really being fully prepared to start.
Sure.
And I think it would be helpful for me to, in time, have the data to be able to say, oh, okay, this is how many, and they have this level of GPA. I don't know if we can look at things at that level to say that they're
Right, and is it GPA that you're requesting? I'm just trying to
I
get a
think
fix on
so,
exactly
because when
what
I
you're
think about, I
requesting.
guess, whatever the college requirement is, at the bare minimum level, right? Ideally, all students would be prepared to start community college, you know? I mean, other students that want to go further will naturally go further and have access. But when I think about real college readiness, to me, so that all students would be, I just wonder, because information at a student, and I know how it is, having worked at school, having been a parent, I'm, you know, on my fourth through, people pay attention at different times.
Yes, agreed.
And so, you know, we're not, and, you know, there's families that are naturally going to be working towards college, and that's that culture, and that's that family's always going to be reinforcing that. So they're naturally going to be paying attention. But families that are going to have first generation college students, and there's great programs, there's all kinds of programs that target ones, but there's always kids that fall through the cracks. And my concern is the ones where we think they know because all of the educators at the table know, but is it really getting through, and how are we confirming that it's getting through for all students, not just ones that are being targeted? And I think that's where, because kids do miss out. And that's where, you know, and again, I know that, because I know what it is to sit with a family year after year. I've been, and I know it's separate things, but it's the same overall concept, that when you're sitting with a family and saying you're preparing for that next step, and you review that information annually, and they sign something annually, but all of a sudden now when it really gets serious, now everybody's paying attention. They're saying, "Oh, I've never heard this before," right? You know, that this is brand new information. But no, it's like, no, we had you sign this year after year, and so now you're just paying attention. This is human nature, right? And I'm trying to meet human beings where they are, where if students understand, you know, I know that you're sending those messages. I'm just trying to think of, like, how are we as a system, right, confirming that there's a real retention and comprehension early on for what they're going to, what it means to be truly prepared.
Right. And I think we do that all along with, I think that we are constantly meeting with students, providing them the opportunities that they have. That, you know, this is what you are able to do, but, and following their GPAs, and, you know, reaching out to the counselors, and, you know, they're meeting with the career counselor that we have, Mr. King. They're meeting with our counselors. You know, we do have Dr. Saunders that is on board with our multilingual learners that help support them. So we are looking, we have, you know, with our identified students and special education, you know, our teachers have their caseload, so they're able to, you know, be able to look at what is their individualized pathways and what do they need to do in order to get there.
I will, one thing I'll just add is the Maryland Business Roundtable program we have, Next Generation, is also one of those resources. And I hear you, right? Because you're right, you know, parents do, like, there is that moment at which, like, it's like, oh, this is now, like, even though we may have been trying to flood the environment with information and supports, you know, that sort of at what point do we ensure that students have a deep understanding of what's required for that next chapter of life. I think we have a variety of approaches, just as Ms. Hempstetter was reiterating, and I think, you know, the Maryland Business Roundtable, I think for those students are really, that's, you know, that whole program is about helping students understand the GPA requirements and the processes required to access higher ed or, you know, other programs of study. So I just offer that we'll continue to try to answer that question. So.
Well, and I think the reason where I get stuck is because when I think of the requirements that there are for student athletes versus, I think, with band and things like that, I think the GPA requirement's a little bit higher. Is that correct?
Oh, they should be the same.
I think it's higher than athletes. I'm not sure exactly what it is.
So
They both should be the same.
I'm not suggesting, you know, I'm just saying that in a way that's kind of two different messages. We're saying at this level, to do something like sports, you only need this GPA. But then to go to college, you know, obviously you need a higher GPA. But those two aren't in alignment. And what message are we really sending? And this is where I think system-wide, this isn't directed towards a person as much as a system, where the system, I believe itself, is weak at the state level, where we're saying we have different expectations. We're saying we're going towards college readiness, but yet we still have lower standards than what is truly college ready.
And are you measuring that standard on athletics? Because to me, the purpose of athletics is very different than academics. The athletics is about community. It's about building some of those, the physical health of students. It's about building a sense of teamwork and working together in a context that's wholly not academic, as opposed to the rigor of the classroom and being able to do college level academics, right? So to me, they are very different purposes.
But yet the goal is to have as many kids as possible to be college and career ready, correct? Is that the priority?
That's their goal, right? And so I guess to me, when I say a student is college ready, if they're actually earning college credit, then they're college ready. They're earning credit. And the whole point of the advanced placement exams, 3 or above, is colleges recognize that as performing at a college level. Like that's what those two benchmarks are in terms of readiness for college. And then the industry recognition, the industry readiness is like they're getting actual professional credentials. They're passing their professional industry exams. So I guess I'm just seeking ways to understand more deeply how to round out our information for you, because I certainly agree that we want students to be ready to go to college and be successful in that endeavor and to go right into the work world and be successful. And to me, if a student is getting college credit, then they're actually earning college credit. So I'm not sure they could earn, if they're earning it and they're not, I'm not sure it's for me to say they're not college ready because they actually earn the credit.
Yeah.
That's why I'm confused.
So I guess because I can't.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this, Laura, because I think the confusion is your initial acts. From what I'm hearing from you is the numbers we see up there, the savings, the awards, the money, you want to kind of, not to use the word itemize it, but know exactly how students are translating this into money, or how we're translating the value of what the students are getting from our educational investment in them, and how are we changing that into money? Is that what you, because
I guess I'm trying to understand, is it, how are we closing the gap? And because there are students that are represented in that information, and there are students that are not
So
represented.
it's really the ones that aren't
Getting the
represented
info.
here that you want to
Yeah.
understand more.
Yeah.
And that I appreciate, and I appreciate the conversation, because that's what I really sincerely was not clear on, like, I'm not sure how else to show. So that's why I was trying to point out that we have more students participating, and the students that are participating are being more successful. So, I can look at other parts of data to bring forward for that. I think SAT data might also be one of multiple measures we can look at, right? Because SAT is one of those gatekeepers for college. I think our challenge is we can look at that data and I'll bring it forward.
And we can pull the subgroup data if that's
Yeah.
what we need to pull, but understand
Yeah.
that our dual enrollment is going up. It's an increase in our AP, students going into AP is going up, but we can pull that data so that the subgroup data, so you can see which students are taking advantage or are
Getting the
able to
info.
I
access.
feel like, if I'm understanding, I think Dr. McComas finally hit the nail on the head, is what we're looking for is the stuff that's not up there.
Right. And I
Right?
think it took me a minute
Yeah.
to understand that's the other half of the story you want to understand more fully.
Yeah.
It just took me a minute to figure
Right, and the
what the
state
question was.
tells us that we need to have a well-rounded curriculum that for all students need to be a part of. And that means that, our students that have IEPs or our ML learners also have access and are also in those dual enrollment courses or in AP courses, or they're getting those industry certified credentials. That's a part of what the state actually grades us on and scores us on, to make sure that it's not just a certain subgroup or a certain type of student that are doing these things. So that is a measure that we look at often, because we want to make sure under a well-rounded curriculum that all students are having access to these programs.
I do understand what you're saying about the part we're not seeing, the second half.
Right.
But I'll give some context on my high school visit Friday on maybe can answer some of the points that Laura brought up, because right now I have a junior in King County Public School System. And I'm not gonna lie, I was real hard on the school system, her 9th and 10th grade year, because I felt like I wasn't getting the information. I felt like my daughter was starting to get lost in the shuffle, regardless of how well I can teach her at home and what she's gonna do on her own academically. I felt like the information wasn't coming as robust or as pertinent as I wanted it as a father, preparing my child for higher learning. But I will say this, since she's been in the 11th grade, it's almost like a plethora of information comes home now about resources, the implementation of it, dual enrollment, which she's in, how to walk her kind of through, and also Miss Hudson, that's next gen. He helps with that. Her counselor, I forget her counselor name. So I feel like the smarter you might be, and I don't want to word it this way, the higher you are academically in the school system, it almost like that knowledge and those resources find you, so to speak. And it kind of, if you're not at the cream of the crop in our school system, to your point, you get lost into the shuffle. I will say this to the boutique thing that you were saying at the meeting and what you have said. Now, my specific ask for the high school visit was career and readiness, because I'm really going in there to see how people like my daughter, who are minorities or females, are being approached with this. And I was able to sit into the counseling department actual meeting in real time. And I'll say this, it was multiple departments, multiple people. You can name the departments if you want. They have a real collaborative effort working across the board where a lot of your concerns are being hit in that meeting. Now, I think maybe something I seen in that meeting need to come publicly a little more, but behind closed doors, firsthand, I actually was, because I saw it with my own eyes, like, oh, they're addressing this. They're addressing behavior, academics, attendance, and they're all collaborating together for the individual student, like their own. When they say boutique, like, this 10th grade student is falling behind. How are we as a team going to address that? This 11th grade student has dropped in their grade, you know, from a A average to a C average. How are we correcting that? And I saw them meet in their Friday meeting. I think they do it every Friday to actually address that. Now they're a small team. You know, we stretch thin. How can that be kind of spread and grown within our school system? Could address a lot of the other part we're not seeing. But for me, I walked away impressed on how detailed they were and how knowledgeable they were about each individual job and title they had, to where I left out a little bit like, oh, they might can walk more students, not just my daughter, more students into college, into career pathways, because they explained it in a way where I walked out and it's not like a normal board of ad visit where I'm like, hey, that was great. And I go home, was like, man, we could do better. I left out that high school Friday and was like, that was impressive. Like, just the information alone, it made me go home as a father to my wife and say, my daughter's on the right path because here are some checks and balances. Now, can we do it better with more students? Absolutely. But just the thoroughness that I seen, I think we're on the right track, but we might not be implementing it to the masses, to your point, if that makes sense. So what I saw was great, but I feel like my daughter kind of is cream of the crop. What about the athletes that might get the minimum 2.5 or 2.3 to make a team? Are we reading the same message to them and telling them that school is just important, not just being an athlete because it's a student athlete? Are we stressing that to the athletes to kind of chase higher education or higher learning? And sometimes students might not want it too. A lot of that is my daughter chasing that, or other students in her friend group, they're chasing that. A lot of times the students don't chase it, and then sometimes the students don't chase it, or the parents pushing that. So I think it's like a complex like circle where we can still continue on our end and continue to ask questions and work with the community. But overall, from what I've seen, I left out impressed. And I don't leave out impressed too often on these visits. But that meeting made me realize people are doing their job more exceptional than I thought, if that helps.
And just to explain a little bit more, Mr. Queen was a part of, we do a RISE council meeting because we are RISE, and everybody is at the table and we're able to go to each individual student and start talking about progress and plans. The meeting that he was at was one of our counseling meetings. So at that table, there was our 2 school counselors that were there. There was our career counselor, Mr. King, that was there. We had our community school specialist, Mrs. Miller, that was there. We had our student support specialist, which is Mrs. Phillips, that was there. And we also had our social worker, and then admin becomes a part of that also. So at that point, each of the professionals that are sitting at the table, and we're able to, Mrs. Phillips is one that does a lot with the service learning plans for our seniors. So if I'm a senior and I need 75 service learning credits in order to graduate, and I'm coming, to my senior year with 35, then what she does is works with those individual students to create that plan. Our community school specialist, Mrs. Miller, also is able to partner with community resources and support in order to provide that. Social worker helps with the wraparound services that our students need. So it's not just those kids that are the top third of the senior class. When we sit at that table and talk about individual students and talk about kid talk, then we're able to pull each one of those resources together and look at what are the interventions that they need. Do they, in order to be able to get that GPA that they needed to take a dual enrollment course, then we're able to provide them support during the day, during their Trojan time, okay, during that skills and success class time. We are able to look at evening school and what can they do in evening school? What type of credit recovery do they need? As we completed semester 1 and we're moving into semester 2, you have some of our students that may have failed a class. Okay, instead of them having to wait till summertime, then we're able to start providing some credit recovery now, which will get the GPA where they need to be in order to access. So when I talked about access, it's because we are able to meet individually with students and groups of students, and we have the appropriate staff member at Kent County High School as a part of that team to be able to work with them so that they do set those goals and that they're able to get, where they need to be. So, I was confused a little bit as to what, was being asked, but we do look at subgroups and we do look at individual students and we do look across classes to really look at what that individual plan looks like for all of our students, no matter where they are. So we meet the students where they are, and we're able to pull in the appropriate supports to get them where they need to be.
Yes, and
Yeah, I just think it would be helpful in the future to have access to more demographics in terms of to know who is succeeding and who still needs more supports. And I think that's probably just what, I'm not trying to take away from the good things that are happening.
Correct.
I'm just trying to understand, are we closing the gap? And there's it's just different. It's just different data.
Yeah, and I think that it just took us a minute to kind of unpack what exactly we're looking for. So I appreciate the conversation.
Agreed.
And I appreciate, Ms. Hemstetter, you really presenting and for the conversation here. And I think I'd be remiss if I didn't check in with our student member here. If you have any thoughts, given you are a senior this year, and
I never know when to jump in. and put my foot
whenever
in.
you want. Come on, all day.
I've been here a long time, but I still have trouble with that. But yeah, I think I get what you were saying about the GPA discrepancy, about how tell me if I'm off, but how having a 2.5 minimum for athletes versus a 3 gives more people access to being an athlete over getting those college credits. Is that sort of what was on what you were thinking?
Yeah, I just, is the standard consistent? If we're saying this is the goal you need to reach, and this is our, to help you be successful long-term, because it's not just about right now, it's also long-term.
Yeah.
And so are we sending a consistent message? And I understand the importance of let's get you in, let's get you participating and engaged, and then keep sending the right message. So I'm not trying to take away from that.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's not quite consistent when we're saying if college and career readiness is the priority, but then there's this other gray area where we're giving an opportunity for students to get engaged. It's just, to me, it's two different messages of being ready for college versus you can participate in sports. It's two different
Let me ask this.
requirements.
Oh, I don't want you to forget your thought too, but go ahead. and
I was
then
just
can
saying-
Sorry,
answer.
thank you.
I think a big part of the reason those GPA requirements are there, I know it's also different at Washington College, like it's a little bit higher because they are more rigorous and, you know, having a kid know that it's gonna be a different experience. Like
Yeah.
I wouldn't want someone who has a lower, I mean, and GPA isn't always the best indicator of like being able to participate in that class, but it's also, there's a reason that it's a different level of
The
expectation.
variables, yes, agreed.
And that's why I thought, okay, well, let's start at the, bare minimum college, community college. Like, if as many of our students as possible would at least qualify for that. The ones that are going to succeed are going to go beyond that anyway. That they're just naturally going to reach for higher, because most, I know you have a lot of friends probably that you're going to get at least a 3.5 or higher GPA. That's just, the family expectation. And so, but not everybody has that. And so when we think about can we at least get as many students possible, ready as possible for at least the community college level. So that way, as they mature, they would hopefully then,
It's
go
like if we
beyond.
got 95% rate of graduation, it doesn't mean 95% of those students are career and college ready, correct?
Yeah, and I
could be
know not
30%.
everybody's going to make that choice, but it would be nice if they had the option, so that if they choose to go into community college, they aren't having to take remedial courses in order to be successful. Because, that's, a hoop that they might have to jump through because of choices, and if that's
Well,
the
it's an
choice that they've
obstacle.
made.
I mean, that might shut the door to them right then and there.
Yeah.
And we have partnerships and MOUs with Chesapeake College and Washington College, and some of those grade requirements or GPA comes from there. And you're right, they're higher rigorous courses. But our students also have, the opportunity at the high school to take AP courses.
Yes.
If they're able to do that and they are willing to do that. So I mean,
Because the students that want that are going to chase that, but I get Laura point. Let me ask you this, Ms. Hemstetter. What's the desk they push around the kids? Like they had a name for it, where they actually take everything you just explained that I actually saw them go through and take that into the cafeterias or into Trojan Time or into the hallways. That's giving every student access, correct? They're not just riding to the smart kids of the school, correct?
It's counselors on a cart.
it's.
They had a
It's
name
like they
for
I
it.
have my card and I push around my card so that.
Yeah, so they actually have a
access,
cart where they
cards.
ride around to
Right.
student body members and offer everything she said and everything you're asking. They actually ride around in a cart and offer that. And that, because to me, I was asking like, okay, well, how do you implement this and how are you being proactive and not reactive? And they told me about the cart, so.
We do virtual sessions, we do counselor on a cart in the cafeteria. They push in and do classroom lessons in classrooms. They also do, they provide drop-in during Trojan Time. They have, you can fill out and, set up a meeting through their Remind app. So, and it's not that our staff members go to our students, but there's also an opportunity for our students to go to our staff. But we want to make sure that we're very proactive and responsive and that we don't wait for them to come to us, that we go to them. And we do that all the time.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I would say I don't think there's a shortage of resources. I think that people like the counseling suite and Miss Hudson and everyone who works for those for that college and career readiness, I don't think there's a shortage of people who are passionate. I don't think there's a shortage of resources. I think it's just a matter of scale. Like we need more people in order, or it would be easier to do this if we had more people to like spread out and cover the cases that aren't just like the top percent. Because it's easier to get a kid back on track from a B to an A average, but it's harder to go and like help a kid who's never taken a college class, who's never considered doing an AP class. Like it just takes more effort, I think. So that's why you see like all of these this demographic of students is most likely people who are, I don't want to say easier, but it's but it kind of is easier to get them back on track. I don't know if you know what I'm saying, but like,
Yeah.
I think that we have
They're on the
really great
pathway to a
resources.
higher education, if that makes
Yeah.
sense, you know what I mean?
And we have what it takes, but it's just like we can't be everywhere all at once. And I think like with the new Kent County High School not being a community school, maybe that will help like combat that lack of spread. I think also this is sort of a different point, but just like taking away the like sort of mysteriousness of college classes and AP classes, I think more people like in the last few years I've observed, especially taking these dual enrollment classes, it's just like as more people do it, it becomes less like intimidating, because I know like my friends in the last few years have been like, yeah, I don't think I can take a college class. Like, I just don't think that's for me. But as more people do it and as more people do well, and I think as we keep saying that, it'll become more like, oh, maybe I could take a Chesapeake College class. Maybe this could help me out. And I don't know, how long have we been doing dual enrollment with Chesapeake and Washington? Has it been a few years now?
Yeah, it's been since I've been at Kent County.
Oh, it's been a while?
Oh, many, many years.
Yeah, kids and Hoyas was doing that.
When we were in high school, I'm looking at Gail,
Hoya
we
kids.
Oh, I
had
didn't
kids
know
taking
that.
college, we had kids taking college classes at Washington College 50 years ago.
Yeah.
There's also a misconception.
Huh? No.
Right,
no,
like
no,
the
no, no.
Blueprint has really prioritized
Yeah.
that, and I think, I certainly hear and respect the question around the students who aren't in the dual enrollment classes, right? The students who aren't taking AP classes, how ready are they for college or career, and how far from ready are they? Right? The state has a measure of CCR, and they measure that in a lot of different ways, and they've recently changed it and really redefined it in a way that's much more versatile than it used to be. But I just want to say, I hear what your question is. I just want to make sure that we don't lose sight, and I appreciate, Ms. McKenzie, you said, you're not trying to take away from the fact that we have, what's our rate? Right?
The graduation rate.
Yeah,
Graduation.
93, right, percent, well above what is happening across the state. And I think that college readiness, I think part of it is people believing that our dual enrollment actually is college worthy,
Oh, it is.
right? And so I think that that's sort of like, I know some people are like, well, that's not really a college
No, it
class.
is.
Well, that's, if the college is extending credit to it,
Yeah.
that's the college's academic integrity, so I have to respect that because they're extending credit. That is transferable to places
Yeah.
like,
Any college,
yeah,
for
so,
the most part.
but I just say that to say that we are in, because I think for me, what I have heard, like when I first joined Kent County as a community last year, people question the rigor of our education. And while I will be the absolute first to say we can and must do better, we are also doing better, right? And so.
And it depends on the
I'm happy to
lens.
bring forward that other half, and I think your demographic question is really great because, right, who is in that, right? Is it, the predictable demographics? Are we making progress on historically marginalized groups of students,
I would
or
say
aren't we,
no.
right? So I think that that's a fantastic question that, I can certainly, we can bring that forward. And as we approach this year's graduation and bring information forward about this graduating cohort, we can be more transparent, I guess, thoughtful around those details that are shared.
Well, I was thinking a little bit, I think this is partly what Laura was saying. I mean, we were all at the senior awards last year, and it was the same kids. It's
Yeah.
a concentration. It's an amazing thing, 3 million, but that 3 million was concentrated. I mean, am I wrong to say that?
No,
It was
no.
the
The
same
same
kids getting up.
typical, like,
No, you're
what
right.
you expect. Yeah.
You're right, but on that point, what we need to understand, and that's why we say that GPA doesn't always matter. It's not that end all be all.
is not
Because I
that
will
big
tell you, those scholarships, and after that award ceremony, then I start to get the emails.
I'm not being critical.
No, I know. But what I want people to understand is many times those scholarships put a GPA on it. You have to have a 4.0 or a 3.5. Students that are taking AP or dual enrollment courses, they're higher rigor, so there are more, right, higher rigorous versus, you know, someone that has just taken an English 12 course in, you know, at Kent County High School. So might affect their GPA, okay? Because if I go to a college course that is very rigorous and get a C, a 2.0 at Chesapeake College, and then you have a student that is just taken a high school, and not just taken, because I want to make sure that it's taken a course in the high school and may get, you know, a 3.5, then we have, and that's what is happening there. So I try to say to many of our community members and partnerships, like we had, you know, Tom McHugh's, you know, came up here, that I much rather look at that well-rounded student than to put all of our eggs in one basket to that GPA, because as I'm taking these AP courses and these, you know, college credit courses, which are much rigorous, then it might end up bringing down that GPA. But if I am a parent and a family member, and versus them taking courses at Washington College or Chesapeake, you know, College, they're preparing for life outside of high school, then it's a little bit different, and that does affect those numbers, those graduation numbers. CCR is a multi-measure, and it's very flexible, and the state is understanding and recognizing that it's not just about that traditional way to be college and career ready, which would be, you know, a cumulative GPA of over and above 3.0 and having an A, B, or C in Algebra 1, or being proficient in the English 10, or also our Algebra 1. Now what they're doing is recognizing that not everyone is that way. So now they're looking at dual enrollment, they're looking at college entrance exams such as SAT, they're looking at CTE industry credentials, they're looking at apprenticeship, they're looking at military, ASVAB. So there's multiple different ways that the state is recognizing that you are college and career ready and ready for post-secondary, not just the traditional way, but multiple different ways, which at the high school we recognize that not everyone is going to college. That there are some that today when we had our award ceremony, I was able to go around and have them raise their hand if they you know, if they had their job about, you know, whether they were accepted to colleges, you know, and kept their hands up if it was 2, 3, 4, 5, and then asked them about workforce and whether they had their job set for moving into next year, and many of them had that. So there's multiple different ways to be successful as a college or as a high school graduate. And that 94% that we're trying to reach is not just those students that are taking AP and, you know, dual enrollment and AP courses. We're talking about they have met the requirements to graduate from Kent County High School based on multiple different measures, or whatever their individual path may be, whether that be workforce, you know, military, college, career, their career industry standards, or however they want to do it. So it's recognizing that not all students are the same way, and they have multiple different ways to get where they need to be.
And students actually got to work to have input in their career pathway as well.
Right.
Because you don't want a person who doesn't have, if I want to be an auto mechanic, I'm worried about that field, that aspect of it. And my trajectory might not be to go to Salisbury for a teaching degree. So they have to be able to pick their pathway as well. But we also have to your point, be able to communicate that and make sure we see them on that right way. So.
Right. And we also talked about like that 5-year adjusted, you know, because there are some students that aren't ready, you know, after 4 years. Okay. So then we go into what that 5th year looks like. So multiple different ways that we, and so that just shows you that we don't look at subgroups or look at overall, we look at individual students and what their strengths are and what they need to do in order to be able to walk across that stage and be successful.
Because a dual enrollment and an AP student is much different than your, I would say, general student. Like, it's a much different mindset.
Yeah,
So,
it is.
yeah.
Right. And that's, you know, trying to tackle that. So, well, thank you, everyone. I mean,
Thank you for taking the time.
Yes,
to answer.
absolutely. Thank you
Appreciate it.
so much.
okay.
All righty, Mr. Kirby.
All right, good evening, President McGee, Dr. McComas, members of the board. My first item for you tonight is our standard monthly expenditure and revenue report for January 2026. So for Fund 1, in terms of revenue so far this year, we're at about 24.5 million. For Fund 5, which is food service, we're at about 810,000, giving us a total as of January 31st, 2026 of about 25.3 million. And then scrolling down into our expenditure report. So for Fund 1, as of the end of January, we've expended about, encumbered or expended about 26.8 million of our 35 million budgeted, giving us a remaining balance of about 8.1 million, or about 70% of our budget has been expended so far. I know Ms. Swanson had a request for prior year data. I'm still tinkering with a couple of different templates, but what I will say is this time last year, that remaining balance was about 6.2 million, and that percentage was about 77 at this point last year. So hopefully next month I should have, some actual data to look at, as opposed to just me, kind of summarizing where we were this time last year. So moving down to Fund 3, which is school construction, we're still sitting about the same amount we've had for a little while there. That should start to increase a little bit because we have expended most of our state funding at this point. So it is going to shift to the local side here shortly. So this number should start increasing for the rest of this fiscal year. And scrolling to Fund 5, which is food service, we've encumbered or expended about 1.3 million of our 1.7 in there, so we have about 358,000 left in food service, or we've expended or encumbered about 79% of our total budget there. That is also pretty much in line with where we typically are this time of year and in prior years. And finally, we've got our restricted funds. So we have about 7.2 million budgeted there, encumbered, expended so far this year. We're at about 4.1, giving us about 3.1 million remaining there for our restricted grants and funds. Any questions on our monthly expenditures?
Just one question, but this more so of like the transition of you coming in this after Alicia Stewart. Do you see anything that's glaring and jumping out where you were like, we should address this now, or?
There's definitely a few items that we're going to address in the budget going into FY27. The biggest thing that really jumps out is, we're not over in a lot of categories that we were getting close. We were at either already over or getting close to being over this time last year. And that, I would say the main driver behind that is Dr. McComas and the board's approach to zero-based budgeting last year. Because, prior years we had kind of just carried similar numbers, but this past year was really the first year that we really sat down and started to, do some wholesale changes in terms of how we budgeted. And I think that what you see, and I'll scroll back up to Fund 1 real quick so you can see, but it's really, it's made it easy on me because my amount of budget adjustments and amendments is significantly lower than anything we had to do so far last year. Because in this remaining balance category, like I said, these are all still positive numbers at this point, whereas in prior years, we'd already overexpended at this point in some categories. So, so as I said, that's really goes back to the board's, detailed look and planning last year going into this budget cycle.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else for Mr. Kirby? All righty. I was going to say Miss Baxter, but it's not Miss Baxter. I'm sorry.
This one for the grants, right?
Yeah, this is our annual bringing forward for the board, and since we're going into our operating budget, I thought it would be good, and we did this last January, our annual providing you an update on the grants that we have, and of course they all have their restrictions of how you can use them. So do you want me to? Yeah, I'll do a quick overview and then I've got our experts here for Q&A. So as everyone knows, we use grants to support school systems. We're going to talk about what our grant sources are, amounts and usage, how we manage them and maintain accountability, and then what are the grants that are going away at the end of this year for us to think about what are those implications for our budget operation budget. So grant sources, where's federal, state, and then of course private grants, which when you look at our donations are often considered like mini grants. Federal grants, you see here the well-known title grants. These are in federal law, and it takes acts of Congress to change these. Many of these came into existence in the late 60s and then and through the 70s. So Title I's to help offset the challenges students face when they're economically disadvantaged. Title II is for professional learning for teachers, principals. Title III is for students who English is not their family language. And then Title IV, I call the miscellaneous or grab bag because it can be used for a wide variety of things. Here, yes, go ahead.
For the Title 1, 2, 3, and 4, and I don't want to use the word attack, but the attention being paid to using the words like DEI and equity, how much does Title 3 pay into that when you see support for immigrant students? Like, is that something where federal grant money would be looked at and say, hey, this is a form of DEI or equitable practices?
Well, I think that that's an example of where the federal government and the state would have to sort through what are the details, right? Because Title II is where you have professional development, and that's really typically when you hear diversity, equity, inclusion used, typically related to professional development, which would be Title II.
Okay.
So I think that that's exactly where the feds and the states would have to sort that out.
Okay.
But again, these are federal laws. So these came into existence through an act of Congress, and it takes an act of Congress to eliminate them, if you will. Federal grants, I know there's a lot on this slide, but you'll see what the grant amounts are, and then in the details, you'll see if they're supporting staff position or the materials. Typically, grants are used for materials or services. Maybe it might be a professional development service. It might be, like speech, language, or OT for some of the special education grants, or might be used for a staff, funding a staff position that's aligned with the purpose of that grant. And then additional federal grants you see here, school improvement grants pass from the feds to MSDE, and then the state issues out on behalf. These all pass through the state as the person who or the agency that distributes it to the local school systems. McKinney-Vento are grants to support students who are experiencing homelessness. 21st Century Learning is a federal grant that we use for our summer school program. It also can be used, different school systems may use it for after school learning or before school, and again, summer school, so it's supplemental. Perkins is for career technical education programs. And again, here's in detail what those grants are, the amount, and then how they are used in this cycle. And again, I know that's a lot on that screen, but going on, we also have federal grants that support students with disabling conditions. And yes, go ahead.
Let me ask a question on the last slide. I know I can read it, but like if you had to articulate the McKinney-Vento one that's used for helping students with homelessness, but a lot of the community meetings and town hall style meetings lately have been kind of talking about homelessness and affordable housing. How would you kind of articulate that to people of how that actually helps?
Yeah, so as specified here, because I want to make sure I'm not speaking out of turn of the plan, because each one of these grants, when we apply for them, we have to submit a plan on how we'll use them. That plan has to be approved, and we have to follow exactly the plan that was approved. And if we want to make any changes, we have to apply for amendments. So that's why I want to speak to what we have here. So these funds provide families with gas cards to help ensure students can get to and from school and extracurricular activities, provide food cards for students to ensure that they have opportunity to have food provided outside the academic school day, also provides these students with resources for school supplies, healthy hygiene kits, funds to help offset the cost of transportation, as we said, and then also professional development for teachers and professionals who are working with students who are experiencing homelessness, right? That sort of sensitivity training and I recognizing some of the, needs that students that may be living in a shelter have.
For something like that, why no assistance towards homes, towards an actual place of residency to keep that student kind of stable and learning? Because, for instance, let's say I know a family that lives at the Driftwood Motel because they lost their home, and transportation is an issue, or getting to school or eating. How are we actually using that money in an effective way for that homeless student?
Yeah, well, first I would say we can only spend money for these grants within what is allocable or allowable for the grant. So the grant does not, have like for anything, right? Like I can't go buy a house from somebody, right? Or pay somebody's rent. These are meant to be, one, supplemental, and two, focus on the student being able to be successful in school. So certainly experiencing homelessness, not having a permanent residence is the root cause. These grants are really meant to sort of help offset and mitigate some of the sort of outcomes of that root cause. And so that's where, there's other programs, available to support that. So
Do you think we'll be asking for more, just given the need of our current students?
Right. Well, we apply every year. We go through the application process and we get all the funds that we're eligible to get. So it's not like we don't ever turn funds away. And so as homelessness goes up, we are eligible for more resources around it.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know why I thought that Kenny Vinto, I don't know how much of it is with this, but let's say you're a student who was going to Kent County Middle School because you're living in Kent County and things change and you end up now living in Queen Anne's County, but in order to provide a stable learning environment, you continue to come to Kent County.
Yep.
That's what I was thinking the money was for, more along the lines of transportation, and that I wasn't aware that the gas cards or hygiene kits or anything like that.
So, right, and you'll see here, it says also help to offset the cost of transportation.
No, I was
Right.
thinking the transportation was
The
the
only
bigger
thing.
part, or I really thought it was the only part. So has it changed, or has it always encompassed these other things?
It's always encompasses other things. With the state guidelines, only a certain percentage of the grant can go to offset transportation costs.
Okay,
So I believe that it's 20% of the grant.
okay.
So we use that for the students that need the before care to get to school in plenty of time. I know previous years.
$11,000 is not going to go very far.
No, it is not. Previous years, when we first got the grant, they actually gave us a significant portion, so we were able to buy a 12-passenger van, which we use directly for these students. So that van can take them before and after school. It can take them across the bridge if they're in Queen Anne's County at the hotel.
Yeah.
That side. We also have an entire school bus that will actually drive over there. So this also offsets the cost of those extra hours or time that bus driver is going outside of just Kent County. And then
So has our allocation gotten smaller? It's kind of ironic that the need has become greater and what we're getting is less. Ironic's not the right word, but
But you're correct. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
When they gave the initial, we did get more. I think it went up slightly, maybe a couple $100. It was not a significant amount, but the state has a formula that they give us, and
There's
based on
good old
their
state
number.
formulas. Don't talk to us about state
Yeah.
formulas.
No, but that is what it is.
Okay.
And based on our numbers, I do also believe that we are a school year behind. So when we're doing our student count numbers,
Okay.
instead of looking at 9/30/24 for this year's, they were looking at 9/30/23.
Okay.
So that could mean that we will get more next year as our homeless population has increased this school year.
Yeah, all of these, it's a great point around how it's in arrears, right? So even like our operating budget, is really based on the prior.
Well, yeah, I mean, the enrollment for next, we use September 30th.
Right,
Of
which,
2025 for
right.
the 26-27 school year. I get it,
exactly,
yeah.
exactly. Okay, is it okay if I go
Yeah,
on
yeah.
to talk about more of the
I'm
other
okay.
grants?
Yeah.
So, here you have listed, you see our special education grants and what the different ones are. I tried to, as you can see, we organize it so it's like, here's what the grants are and what they're for. And then you can get into the details of how we specifically are using them and the exact amounts. And, as you look through this, you'll see just a wide variety of how they're used. And then state grants. We have the Early Childhood State Grant, which we talked about earlier, and that funds our Judy Center. And then our ECAC, which is their Early Childhood Advisory Group to make sure that our programs are meeting the needs of families. And then, of course, our three-year-old pre-K expansion grant that we used last year and that we'll be pursuing for our other two elementary schools for next year.
Question for the Early Childhood
Yep.
Citizen Advisory Council. Who serves on that?
So that's one, if I could, I'm not sure if one of our grant folks or if Ms. Jacomowitz can speak to. Okay.
ECAC, we have members from special education, our Judy centers, and then we have community stakeholders like Kent Family Center, LMB. There's quite a few members
Alright.
that make the advisory council. A lot of the meetings are coordinated with our 3 Judy Center coordinators. They head up the ECAC.
But typically, the organizations that are a part of that are organizations that deal with early childhood.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. And then school safety grants here. One of these, you'll see school safety helps offset the cost of our SRO. And then other upgrades to help with school safety. And that can be a wide array of things that we've used. I know, there's just a lot of things that we apply and see if it meets the qualifications that. And then you can see, of course, the funding amounts and then how they're specifically used by us. And then grant management and accountability. And this is really, again, you'll sort of see this general process for everything. We apply for a grant, the agency that's issuing it, if they, accept our application, then we receive the NOGA, which is the Notice of Grant Approval. Then my fine colleagues here establish all the appropriate accounts. Expenditures are monitored for allowability and necessity. This vendor, right, is like, she knows her stuff, right? Like she could tell you exactly what's being spent and why and how. And periodic reporting, there with every grant comes extensive monitoring and reporting, as it should be. And then the grant specialist ensures that we're meeting all the requirements of the grant. And again, that we're only using the grant, it's restricted for use and that we're only using it for that use and in that way and as the approved plan. And if we need to submit for amendments, that we go through all that amendment and approval process prior to changing how we're using those funds. So it's not like I can just willy-nilly change how I'm using grant funds. And then, of course, once the grant sunsets, the post-award documentation is prepared and all of that closeout information paperwork is completed. And here's, some of the sort of things to keep in mind about grants, their time periods, all spending must fall within the timeline of the grant. You know, there's a lot of these sort of like guardrails, if you will, around grants. And then what's important to know for our upcoming operating budget is we have two important grants that are at the end of their life cycle. The Teacher Collaborative Grant, and we have 3 lead teachers who are currently being funded through that grant, and 2 student support specialists that are being funded through that grant. So they're positions that we want to take into consideration as we're building our operating budget. And then the Stronger Connections Grant, we have 4 of our social workers are currently funded in that grant. And of course, we want to take that into consideration. And I have some thoughts for us as we're moving into the budget process of how to make sure that we are prioritizing.
Would it be possible to apply for a consortium grant for the social workers?
I think that's something I know you, I'll have to look into it. I didn't realize that we could apply directly to them, but yeah, we're always
Through
looking.
Mature Behavioral Health.
Okay.
Yeah, because that's the hub.
Okay.
I mean, just because it's specific to the behavioral health needs, I mean, and emotional well-being for our students, so.
Yeah. So we can look into applying for that. That's one that, you're the first person who's mentioned that to me, like we could apply directly to them. I didn't know.
So, and I actually, because I'm on the consortium, and so we're getting ready to review grants soon. I don't think the timeline for applying for it's not over. There's still time to apply, but you know, given the fact that I'm assuming you would just want something to look like what you've already had in place,
Right.
to just be able to, you know, I know it's much more but you know, copy paste.
Yes,
like then you
yes.
wouldn't have to rewrite something.
Yeah.
Basically, you just want to continue, and so I mean, I think
Yeah.
it's worth it to try.
We will.
Yeah,
We will.
yeah.
Because we are open to all resources,
And question,
especially for important ones.
each of these grants respectively, how long were the grants? Were they just one school cycle?
It varies grant to grant. So some grants are multi-years.
The
and-
teacher collaborative one,
So
how many was
how-
that?
That was a 3-year grant.
And let me ask, were we proactively trying to, I think we kind of went over this when we did the grant last year, but were we looking to kind of fulfill these knowing that the grants were ending and keep applying for grants to try to supplement or get money now instead of having the burden of possibly trying to fit 6 to 8 positions into a budget that's already been kind of trimmed down to the bare bones?
Right. It's both. It's both. You certainly always keep your eye on what's the sunset.
Yeah.
Right. And then how do you plan? Now, this is a number for us, right, of positions, but in other places that I've served, when we've had numbers of, we'll use the social workers here as an example. If you know you've got 3 years, you could, on the second year of the grant, begin phasing positions into the operating budget, right? Like move 2 over.
Yeah.
But you still will need to use that money, right? One, you'd have to get the amendment approved.
Yeah.
But there's different ways that I've seen to help that grant goes away and you find sustainable funding. I think to me, one of the things I'm seeking to do is really bring critical positions onto the operating budget, right? So that we're not always just trying to float them with, like, where can we find money to keep something going? And not that I don't want to use grants, because we will take every dollar we can for students'
Yeah,
benefit.
the downside of the grant is ultimately, if you want to keep it, you've got to find room for it in your operating
Right.
budget. So if you start out with it already in your operating budget,
Yeah,
I think that gives you a leg up in terms of, instead of playing catch up.
yeah.
And question, because you did a good job explaining this when I did our visit, but every time I will ask you about a issue or a problem and how do we fix that solution, you were saying lead teacher. Now you explained it to me. Explain what a lead teacher is and why it's vital to our school system.
Right. So our lead teacher lead teachers are part of the blueprint model. Where the way I'm thinking about lead teachers presently and into the future is they're really those teachers within a school building who are instructional experts and mentors, right? To be able to help with instructional coaching for their colleagues. You know, the Blueprint model requires lead teachers to be nationally board certified and requires them to also maintain, they have to teach a group of students as well. So they're not just fully released. The challenge is working around their ability to help other colleagues, you know, at
While
that
they're
time
also
period, while they're
teaching,
also
yeah.
teaching. That's the challenge. And, you know, we have been increasing our number of folks who are nationally board certified. So, Mr. Hushin, you want to jump in?
Yeah.
I see your,
I'll just add that through collective bargaining, the teachers also contractually work 2 additional years and.
days.
Excuse me, getting late. And an additional 8 hours per month between October and May. So, you know, with that increased compensation that they received, there's also increased expectation and like responsibility. And as Dr. Thomas said, yes, you know, they are the ones that are supposed to be, you know, providing instructional coaching and like mentorship, but they're also still tied to working with students at least 50% of their time. Now, this year we've had some flexibility because under the state and the AIB, we were approved for a lead teacher pilot. So we had greater flexibility in how much they had to be tied. But after the pilot ends, you do have to go back to following that like 50-50 split. So we worked strategically to build in those additional hours each month so that they do have that time to do the additional planning to, you know, help provide that mentorship during the day.
Yeah, so instructional coaching is so important. I think you and I, Mr. Queen, had talked about this, but I think, you know, and I'll probably say it again as we get deeper into other budget sessions over the next 2 months. People understand that NFL teams and Major League Baseball teams need expert coaches, right? Specialized coaching in order to build the capacity to be a champion team and produce champion results. The same is true for classroom instruction, right? We need specialized coaches in order to build that capacity to have championship outcomes. And so the lead teachers are sort of the model within the frame of the blueprint. In years past, you know, there's been sort of, maybe you might have had like literacy specialists, math specialists, you know, 30 years ago it was department chairs, you know, like there's different models that have existed over time. But the bottom line is we need instructional coaching to have championship outcomes. And so the lead teachers are really important that way. So at that, I know I kind of got us a little off on that, but do you have any questions related to the grants? I have the real experts here. I just kind of wanted to do the overview.
My only question is, so the 2 grants that are sunsetting, we're working on somehow filling that void when they, you know, because you're talking about how important the lead teachers are. Well, social workers are
Very important,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
I agree. All of these, and again, just thinking back to Mr. Queen, our visit on Friday when we were in the RISE team meeting, you know, the one was a student support specialist sitting at the table, one was a lead teacher sitting at that, actually, no, I don't think there was a lead teacher, it's a social worker was sitting there.
Social workers,
But, you know, we see their work in action, so it makes a difference for students every day. So-
It's just unfortunate. I mean, I'm thankful that we have grants, but I remember last year in conversation while we were trying to save as many positions as we could, I remember you saying, well, we can use grant funding to do this or whatever. It's just unfortunate that we're hinging that on grant funds. So that we don't have, be nice if we didn't have to go through this anxiety every year.
Yeah, I think, you know, as time goes on, it's grants give you opportunity, and they're always meant to be supplemental,
I know,
right?
but these are sort of
So,
foundational.
Yeah.
And maybe with, budget talk, with some of the 3-year programming we have, let's say we get up to 60 kids district-wide, that translates into more money for our school year, maybe in the next 3 to 5 years.
Right,
So,
exactly. So as we grow enrollment, you're right, it brings more operational resources. So it doesn't say any questions, Ms. McKenzie, I just want to make sure they
No.
seem like they're good
We're
with the
good.
grants. You're
Yeah, we're
good?
good.
Okay, thank you.
All, any questions? All right, let's move on.
Okay, last but not least.
No,
Not last.
no, it's not last.
Oh, it's not last.
We getting
Okay,
there, though.
that's right. Okay. Oh, my sole source, yes. Plan forward. So allow me to discuss this, and then Mr. Kirby will he'll do the professional procurement piece. So Plan Forward is a consulting service. They did some recent work for some of our other ESMIC school systems. And I've engaged them, and we work together to develop a plan to go out and do focus groups. So as the board members know, you've asked me to really kind of sink in, and we've talked for, in both my first year and then here in my second year about really having a deep understanding of the community perception that is not necessarily positive, and how what's underneath that, and then what are those ways to begin changing the larger community perception. And so we talked about there sort of being two measures for us to use in looking at that. We know that the state requires school systems to do a state survey annually, and that survey goes to students, parents, faculty. Wider community members can participate in it, although that tends to be a small amount, except for those who are already naturally connected to us, because it gets pushed out through an email system. So this focus group process would allow us to really pull together and talk to community members who are not really immediately connected to the school system. So for example, parents who have chosen not to enroll their students in Kent County, right? Let's pull a focus group together and help understand, well, what helped drive that decision, what might make Kent County schools appealing to them to consider us. Small business owners, I'm in contact with some of our larger businesses in the community, but what about our small business owners? What's their perception and engagement and understanding? And so I really tried to think around all the parts of our community that are not innately connected, right, to our school system, to understand that sort of perception, so that we can really, through the focus groups, get quantitative and qualitative measures of a baseline, right? So then we can begin to see if things like our communication plan, changes in our achievement data, how is all of that changing that sort of larger and deeper perception. So that's what I would like to work with Plan Forward to conduct those, because I just don't have the manpower to do it ourselves. And so,
Question,
yes.
many requests for proposals were put out, or did you just pick Plan Forward and go with them?
Yeah, it's a sole source, and that's where I on recommendation and listening to some of our ESMIC colleagues who have used this service, this consultant, they used it for building their strategic plan in Talbot County, I believe. I didn't need that help at that moment, but this is that area that I just don't have the capacity in-house to do.
Agreed. I like the concept and the request. One last question. Because I clicked on the link and I guess that was the contract. What type of built-in protection we're going to have to assure these people are coming to the table? Because, I mean, we've done focus groups since you've been here, and the turnout hasn't been big enough where I'm looking at you're going to get local officials, faith-based communities, small business, all these people to the table. What reassurance do we have at this price tag that they're going to get not just this group, but a considerable amount of feedback from that group? What do we have?
Well, I think that's where you have the person whose persistence is to communicate. So like I feel like between the consultant and my direct outreach, we can pull this together. In term, I can't force a community member to participate. If a business person is like, thank you for the invitation, but I don't have time for you, I can't force that business person to do that.
I got a question. Where's the money coming from?
Yeah, so it would be out of my administrative budget.
We have a little put aside
Yes,
for these
I
kinds of
have the
things?
resources to do it.
Okay.
And that's
As Mr. Kirby told you, I zero-based and put money.
Okay, I'm just saying, but that's, we've spent the last year talking about how we had no money and we're eliminating positions.
Well, and I'm glad you brought that up, because again, our problem is not one-time purchases. Our problem is ongoing costs.
Right.
Yeah.
Buying something for a fixed amount of money one time is very, very different than an ongoing salary with benefits and retirement and health care.
Okay,
Our
just
pro-
asking,
I know, and I
because-
appreciate, because
because
it's one
that's
of
the
those
kind of
things I
thing
want to
somebody-
clarify. One-time
Somebody's gonna
purchases are.
say, I lost my job and that damn superintendent went out and spent $19,000 with some outfit from Washington DC.
Yep, they
Okay.
can, and tell them to come talk to me, because I'm happy to show them the difference between one time.
That's
and
okay, I'm
ongoing.
just,
And just based on other counties, I wish I could remember what it pertained to. I think it had to do with college career readiness, actually. And other counties had hired something similar for planning. And I will say, when I looked at what they were spending for their advising, I found it to be absurd. This, by comparison,
Right,
is
it's not
nothing
right. Well, thank
compared
you.
to what, to me, this felt very reasonable, given our overall goal of trying to develop a better relationship between the public schools and our community.
Right.
This to me is a small investment. This is, you're asking it for this year, you're not saying we're committing to this like every
Right,
year. This
right,
is, we
right.
have to start somewhere.
Right.
And you don't have the manpower for it, so.
Right.
you know.
Well,
get that.
I appreciate
Yeah.
you attesting to that. This is not an outrageous.
No, I'm not saying that
request.
either. I'm just saying, I'm mindful of every additional expense that comes our way. I'm also looking at the explanation for sole source and talking about the necessary timeline.
Yeah.
I just feel like, I'm going to support it, obviously, because I feel like these are demographics that we haven't heard from, and it
Right.
definitely will help inform, you don't know what you don't know. We're, I don't want to say desperate, but we're
desperate.
very, very, very much want to hear from the people we're not hearing from. So I totally support that. But I'm just saying, and you may have said it when you said you weren't ready or whatever, but I'm just saying, why now in February? We've always wanted to hear from these people. Why now didn't we say, well, back in September, and we could have put out an RFP or whatever and not have to make it a sole source. And I'm just being the devil's advocate.
Yeah, no,
okay?
I respect that, and I appreciate it. And even, your previous question, I appreciate, because one of the things I think it's really important is for us to not be afraid to make the choices and do the things we need to do because we're afraid of how people are going to perceive it.
No, I'm
Right,
not,
I know, I
I'm not
just-
that, but
right.
I'm back to the money thing for
Yeah.
a minute, okay? Because I know how the anxiety we went through. Mr. Queen and I voted against, liquidating the fund balance, and, fortunately, what happened is exactly what you said was going to happen. And I'm not afraid of spending some money. I just want to make sure we're doing it for the right reasons, knowing that, there aren't any pennies to spare. That's all.
Right. No, I agree. Well, and now is because this is when I've been able to get to it.
Okay. Well,
yeah.
is it wrong to ask you a question?
No, no, it's not wrong.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not wrong, and I do appreciate the opportunity to clarify that. And it's one more example of like our lack of manpower capacity, right? Ideally, we would have had our retreat, right? So that was 2 years now, 2 Septembers. The board as a whole, right, is like, we really want to understand and help move the community's larger perception around our school system. And when I'm prioritizing,
I can't wait. Seriously, I can't wait to find out what they tell us.
I know. I think it will be
I'm
interesting.
very, very eager and
Yeah.
interested.
Yeah. So, and I will just say one more thing with the timing. This is the earliest I've really been able to get this pulled
Well, you
together.
didn't have a
properly.
chance to do any of this last year, to be honest.
Right.
Yeah.
And if we wait any longer, next year, and not this is not about me, because
No,
it was
yeah.
whoever you're gonna have a superintendent, right? But when I think about where I am in my cycle, right, next year's year 3,
Yeah, well,
right? So
and-
I
well,
already. you know?
But back to the reason for sole sourcing, because I know it's the kind of thing that will put up a red flag
Right.
if you haven't justified it.
Right,
So I'm.
right. I know you're not arguing with me,
You
but
love
you're
to say
making
this all the
sure
time.
that-
Thank you for the opportunity. I'm giving you the opportunity to
and I
explain why
appreciate
we're
it.
This is
doing
for
it.
consumer consumption.
Okay, exactly,
Yeah, yeah.
okay.
Question, so this is coming out of this year's budget,
Yes.
and you will complete this before the end of the year? Because I see 12 community focus groups.
Right.
That's a high number.
It
Yeah.
says February to August.
September.
Yeah. So
Are you-
yeah,
are you-
so it will run through. The goal for me is to have all of that consolidated in a reportable fashion for the board at the end of the summer. So we have that going into the next board
Yeah, I'm
retreat.
looking at the
You think they
duration
can
of
get
this
people to come
contract.
during the summer?
You know what? You don't know if we don't try.
No,
And
agree
I
with
know
that.
you're skeptical in that, but
I'm not
we got
skeptical at
how
the,
many people record-breaking survey numbers? And I know you're also skeptical. Last year for the community conversations, we did engage over 650 people in the community
it
conversations.
depends on how you break that number down.
So, well, I count heads. 1, 2, 3, 4.
With that though, too, I agree, but I don't count staff sometimes. I count community. 'Cause
Yeah.
staff, we should be able to get all staff. We're all important.
Well, but I would say this, staff members, we spend more time in our jobs than we spend with our families.
I agree.
So their stake is pretty significant and not to be discounted.
One more question. With these groups, will it be a concerted effort to kind of hit certain targets, like maybe youth, people 24 and under, maybe people who just got out of school, maybe the African American community, Hispanic community? I assume within these groups, these demographics should be in there, but will it be?
Well, the consultant will work with me
Oh, with
on,
custom,
and
yeah,
it
yeah,
should,
okay,
like, really, we're hiring the consultant to do all the legwork that we don't have the manpower and time to do,
Yes.
right? And so the consultant's not gonna formulate a group without conferring with me.
Alrighty, any more questions? Alrighty, I'm looking for a motion to approve the sole source procurement for Plan Forward, the amount of $19,000 that Dr. McComas has set aside. Okay,
And I
Thank
will
you.
say this before the vote. I don't have an issue with it because we're building on some of the things we kind of spoke about last year about engaging in community and making sure they're at the table. So,
is that you making the motion?
no, I haven't made a motion.
Okay, I'm looking for a motion. And, there's only 2 of you that can do it, so.
I'll make a motion to approve, the sole source procurement for Plan Forward.
All right, Mr.
And I second.
McKenzie has made the motion, Mr. Queen has seconded. Any discussion, any additional discussion? Hearing none, I call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. It is 3-0, Miss Manley. All righty,
Thank you.
now,
Thank you, everyone.
now,
Now, drum roll, please.
yeah,
Oh Lord, it's already.
Last but not
Come
least.
on.
Okay, preliminary budget for FY '27. Of course, we know that we're seeking ways to wisely use our taxpayer dollars to educate our children, and that we want our students to truly be successful personally and professionally, which is why we've had great discussion tonight. Whether graduation rate or what did we do, that KRA to,
Yeah.
and that we intend on, making the best use of our funds to support our core mission, which is achievement, right? And so we're going to begin this process of prioritizing things for our next budget. So first thing we're going to talk here, again, funding streams and budget organization. And this is really for the good of the whole community if anyone's new to the budget process. Second, understand our needs based on our student performance. There'll be other needs assessments that I bring forward in our next session. And then understanding what is our preliminary budget to work with. So our funding streams, just as we talked about before, there's those federal funds. So that whole presentation that we just had around grant funds are all those federal funds. We talked a little bit about state grants. But for our operating budget, it's composed of state and local grants. And I know that this pie chart drives me nuts because it's not a beautiful pie, but we're trying to show proportionally. Local funds make up the largest proportion of our operating budget. Second largest section is state funds, and then those federal funds are really supplemental.
And when we say local funds, we mean from the county commissioners, correct?
Yes, that's right. That's county, local funds are county tax dollars. State funds are state tax dollars. We already went through a whole presentation around these federal funds. Again, it's important to know that federal grant funds are supplemental. They're just, I call them the second scoop of ice cream, right? So we have to provide the first scoop in our operating budget, and then we can use federal grant funds to add to it. But we can never just use the federal grant funds as the core operating. Types of budgets related to schools. You often hear people talk about capital and operating budget. Those capital budgets we talk often about related to our middle school project. They're funds from the state and locals, tax dollars that build buildings and repair facility buildings. And so tonight we're talking about, and we'll be talking over the next couple weeks about the operating budget. That's often referred to as the unrestricted, meaning this is like your metaphorical bucket of money that you use to pay people with and to run the operations of the school system to make sure that education is provided every day it's supposed to for our students.
Quick question, and I should know this because I could have took the time
Okay.
to just look. Is this on the website?
This is on the board docs, yes. And this front part is identical to what we did last year, just because I always like to frame, I don't want to assume people know.
Quick follow-up. It's something like a preliminary budget. Is this something that we can house on our website as we're going and leading up to the actual budget where people can kind of go and
You like a budget web page,
Yes.
not on board docs?
Yes.
I can work with Mr. DeVille on
so at least the public can kind of, especially with us just going through what we went through last year and people still going to have anxiety about the cuts we possibly may make or how we move money around, so they can have access to be educated on their own. So when they're tuning in or in the community talking, we can say, well, we're putting information out there as well for you.
Sure. I don't want to make sure Mr. DeVille is. So one of the things, our operating, the amount of money we get is based on our student enrollment, which of course last year is why we had a deficit. We had lost a lot of students over 5 years, but because of grants, we did not need to pare back our staffing. So this year, if you look at our enrollment, we did have a very modest growth this year.
We'll take
And it is our first growth in 15 years. And this number does not include our pre-K 3-year-olds. If we include that, the number would be 1726. So Mr. Kirby and I and Mr. Tom Porter. Thank you. I went to say Porter and I was like, so Tom Porter, we were in a meeting just the end of last week, and Tom recognized that those 3-year-olds should be in that count. And so we are working with MSDE to get this adjusted. So, so that number really should end up being 1726.
Woohoo.
I know, right? I know. Look at us growing those 3-year-olds. That's right.
And that's a big jump, especially when we were predicted to lose students this year and for the next 4 years.
Yes, yes. So that was, the growth is against the odds, and that's growth. And then, of course, we were intentionally trying to build out that pipeline for the 3-year-olds for many positive reasons. I also thought it would be good to show the number of transfers and withdrawals from our school systems over the last couple years. And you see now, of course, this is withdrawals mid-year. We're just mid-year compared to end-of-year numbers. So we shall see where we are. But I think there's the potential that we have fewer students leaving the school system, which is, again, a positive for our operating funds. So this is where we get into the local funds, the state sends money and then the local county government provides the lion's share of operating budgets. And under the blueprint legislation, you get money for all these different categories depending upon what characteristics a student has. So we get the targeted per pupil foundation amount for all students. And then depending upon what special characteristics a student has, we get supplemental funds. So easy one, you look at pre-kindergartner, right? So we get the per pupil amount and then we get the pre-kindergarten aid. If you're a student with special needs or multilingual, so on, you get extra money to help fund because it costs more money to meet the needs of students with different characteristics. And then there's program money, concentration of poverty, we're all familiar with, which we use for our community schools programs. That comes in year one as the personnel grant to fund the community schools. I always call them facilitator, but specialist. And then the second year you get a certain amount per pupil to be able to pay for the wraparound services. And then we get some additional money from the state to help offset the ever-growing cost of transportation. So here are just some quick examples. This would be student sample A. The student, we get the foundation, which would be $9,561. The student happens to be an English learner, so we get an additional $9,000 to help pay for their services, and then we get money to help offset transportation. So you see, so you see, for example, this student, we get $20,000 for. This next student you can see has different characteristics. This student we get $11,000 for. And then our third sample here, the student, because they have a lot of service needs, we would end up getting $29,000 for. So this is how that blueprint differentiates funding based on student needs. In addition to understanding how money comes in based on student needs under the blueprint is very committed to making sure that those dollars are spent closest to our students, right? Because we want to produce the greatest outcome. And so that is referred to as a minimum school funding model. And in sort of everyday layman's terms, they refer to it as the 75-25, where the way I think about it is 75 cents for every dollar should be spent at the school where the student is, right? Now, this is the model that school systems are working towards. We, like all school systems, are working to make sure that we are spending money where our students are in the appropriate way. This is what we had asked for a waiver for the current year that we're in. Was it last week, the week before?
Last week.
The Accountability and Implementation Board, which is the accountability board for Blueprint, extended school system. So we have actually now until FY28 to be fully in the 75-25 model. And that's largely because all school systems are at different points in getting there, because it needs to be that for every single school. So it's a pretty complex process, and we are appreciative that the AIB has heard school systems in our testimony around really what's involved to make this model have the authenticity that's intended.
Where are we percentage-wise to that 75-25 split right current?
Yeah, if you, I can show you where we are for the last budget. I can't show you for our current budget because you can't really, we can show you how we budget it, but they hold us accountable for how we spend it, right? So,
okay.
So the truth will come out at the end of like next October when we bring those, the annual audit forward.
Yeah.
That's when we'll be able to really see how well or not. If you look in this year's budget book that is posted on our website, if you go to the very back appendices, you can see it's broken out in the 75-25 model, and you'll see, like, for one school, I'm just making this up, but like you'll see a chart and you'll see in a color code where we don't meet the requirement. So that's a good place to go to kind of get your head around how it's supposed to look and see where, even in our allocation, we might not have met the mark. I'll use multilingual as an example. and these are some of the challenges we've spoken to the accountability board on. I might have students that, let's say, are multilingual learners, right? They need the English services, learning English is one of their services. I might budget having an ESOL teacher at that school, but what if I can't fill that position? Like, you know, I just can't find an ESOL teacher because there's just not enough of them right now. And so what happens, I budgeted to spend that money there, but if I can't fill it, then that salary goes unspent, which then puts me out of compliance, right? Because I didn't actually spend the money in that way. So that's why we really know at the end, because we're held accountable for how we actually spend it, not how we plan to spend it.
And is, are they being understanding in terms of who we can actually hire, right?
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
there's who we
Right.
want to hire.
Yes.
And then there's who's available. And so
Yeah.
I just don't, I mean, sometimes we might not get that special Spanish speaking person that we need on staff, you know, we want to, but they're just not available.
Right. I think the board, I think the AI, I think yes and no, right? So the superintendents as a whole are really working hard to help the AIB understand what is really involved with bringing this into its fullest expression. I think the AIB is holding true to their intention. I think where we see them working with us is the waivers, extending, like offering the waivers and then extending it another year. So they have not relented on their approach to it. Where they have been, I guess, working with us is giving us more time to figure it out. So it's kind of a yes and no. Superintendents are advocating that this be looked at in the aggregate, but the AIB is not at this time in support of that. So they're still sticking to their original model because they feel very strongly that it is a significant accountability piece. And if we were to ultimately not, you know, whenever like the hard deadline comes to be, in theory, if you're not in compliance with that, you could lose state funding. So, so I'm grateful that they are listening to us and giving us more time to work towards it. And then ultimately, if you look in school budget books, everything is allocated in these categories. So when you ask me, where is that money coming from? Administration is the category. Because remember, we learned last year, administration is more than just my salary, right? It's all
It's
the
the
money.
operation of the school system.
That's right.
I
So,
gotcha.
thank you. So how do we prioritize and allocate? First and foremost, of course, we look at how we look at our students. So this year, Ms. McKenzie, I thought about the demographics for this, but not the other one. But I'll get that together. And so who are our students, right? What are our ethnic composition of our school system? And then what are their service needs? Which again, when you think back, all those different categories that we get supplemental funds for to help. So you can see here our largest service group are students with disabilities that are documented in individual education plans, students with 504, which is other, health requirement plans. ML is multilingual or English language learner plans. And then I did include gifted and talented because I think as I've moved throughout the community in the last 18 months, I think people don't realize that we do have students that are gifted and talented, and we identify them and we serve them and we have programs for them. That also is a state requirement of accountability and reporting as students with gifted and talented services. And then, of course, we look at how have our students been doing, right? So that we know where to shore up resources. And you see here our state test data over the 3-year trend. And you'll see the red vertical line denotes those students who entered school that have never had any disruption as a result of the global pandemic. And so I think, to me, you see very different stories, right? You see those students who that was catastrophically impactful. and that we're still striving in some cohort groups to really try to overcome that disruption because it hit at really critical years and grade levels. And then we see our students who have had a normal school experience combined with all kinds of curricular changes. So we see this is in literacy. This is how it breaks down by our student groups. Again, where do we need to invest our resources? And then here's our math achievement. And again, you see that same overall pattern there in math for those students who have had an uninterrupted learning experience. And then the student groups for mathematics as well. All of that data is pulled from the Maryland Report Card website that anyone can go and pull. And so what is our budget? And I think if you look here, I want to thank Mr. Kirby and his team for breaking this down. You can see the local share, and you can see the state share. You can see how that adds up across each line. And then if we bring it all the way down, you can see we have $34.7 million to run the school system with next year. And if you do even further with the 75-25, you can see how that breaks out. So 26 million should be allocated to schools minimally. And then within those schools, there is a specific spending requirement. And then you see the 8 million to do everything else that we need to do. And then how does that compare to the previous year? This is a new slide this year. Again, I want to thank Mr. Kirby and his team. You can see that we do have roughly 1.7 million more to work with this year. Keep in mind that, let's see, did I put that on the next slide? Yes. So what? Keep in mind inflation, right? Negotiations. So the overview, again, you see the total revenue of 34.7 up there. COP is concentration of poverty. So I think I would say this the way you'd say it, Mr. Kirby, we're going to back that out because we know COP, while it comes in their operating budget, it actually operates like a grant. It's restricted. So we can't do anything with that. That has to totally go to the schools for their wraparound services. And then we have the remaining revenue of 32.5. Once you take out salaries as they currently are, FICA, healthcare, pension, you're really looking at our personnel costs us about 28 million, which, again, is different than one-time cost. And so when you take out our personnel from the 32 million, we're looking at 3.6 to cover any salary increases that we negotiate through collective bargaining. If we add any staff or maintain any staff that were originally slated to be reduced, any inflationary costs of transportation, maintenance, and any instructional expenses, like if we need to buy, suddenly a bunch more consumable math workbooks are right. Mm-hmm.
What added the 200K to the pension?
Just to basically aim high in case there are increases. Typically, there's increases every year. And what I will say, this healthcare and pension number already have those estimated increases to them, so they shouldn't, we've aimed extremely high here. So these numbers shouldn't increase any further from where we have them predicted right now.
Being proactive, is that what it is? I like it.
Yeah, so, we've tried to, again, when we look at where we are, I would offer, not that we won't have to make tough decisions, right? We have more needs than we have resources, but we're not right sizing from multiple years, right? So it's going to be a different feel to it. Will we want to do more than we have money? Absolutely. But we're not in this situation where, a grant that was keeping us steady has gone, and now we've got to really remodel. So I just offer that to hope, because I know last year was a really difficult budget cycle for everyone, to include our colleague in HR and having to work through all those reductions. But so this is pretty much what we have to work with, is the 3.6 is the, if you want to call it, I would in my mind, I think about as the additional or new money. So what can we do? Where do we wisely invest that after we take care of the must take care ofs? So where do we go from here? So we, in March 9th, we'll have, I will bring forward more information on, I'm working with principals to get their wish list. I've met with Ms. Hempstetter multiple times. I'm scheduled this week to start meeting with the middle school, and I'll be meeting with each of the elementary schools. Of course, we'll be talking with the community. I think we sent out, Mr. DeVilo is helping me send out a survey, for members who, people who maybe can't get to a community meeting. And so I'll be bringing forward those things to everyone. We'll have our work session March 23rd. And then April 13th, I will propose a budget, and then we'll debate that, and we'll have a hearing on it, and then the goal is to have an approved budget May 11th. I am scheduled to go to the county commissioners May 12th. My understanding is that's very late in their process, so Ms. Heller recommended that I try to come earlier with a preliminary idea so that, the commissioners have a sense of if we're asking for anything above what
Maintenance
we
of
get.
effort.
That they would have a sense of that earlier, which I certainly understand, So any questions, or are we sufficiently tired out? It's a long day.
Yeah.
Let's talk more about the graduation rate, what do you say?
I think let's do it.
How about another hour
night
about?
long.
How about
All night
another
long.
hour?
All night long. Let's talk data all night long. I love it.
I'm just a little giddy, folks.
That's okay.
Yeah.
All right, well, any questions? At this point, no? Okay. All right, well, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kirby. I made your evening pretty easy there, Mr. Kirby, I think.
I like I will say this, the presentation is a whole lot, much easier to follow than the old thumbing through the book.
Yeah, oh, that's deadly.
Yeah,
In my
yeah.
experience elsewhere, yeah.
Yeah, all righty. So moving along, we're at board discussion. So Ms. Swanson, I'll start with you.
I got nothing.
You got nothing for us. All righty. Mr. Queen.
I just will say that I was able to visit King County Middle School and King County High School last week. Impressed on what I took away from both schools, and I'll be trying to set my meeting to visit Galena. That's the only school I have not gotten to this year, and then visit the pre-K, well, not the pre-K, the 3-year program at Presbyterian Church. So other than that, I'm good.
Ms. McKenzie?
Nothing big. I just had a question because we, and I won't go on about it, but we attended that legislative committee.
Oh, yes.
And I know the one question, Alex Donahue mentioned federal funds.
Yeah.
And I just wasn't sure if you had a chance to know more about that. That was my only question.
Right, I have not gotten any additional information yet on that. I was excited when you said there might be a possibility for us to apply for that, but I've reached out and I haven't gotten any direction on exactly how to access that, so that we need to follow up on that, and then also locating in the state budget book where the pre-approved, how the General Assembly gave us a pre-approval, finding that 4 million and where exactly is that showing up. So they're the two things that I need to follow up in that regard.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Yeah.
Thanks for, you're to the ground for money for the school and
That was all
everything
I
else.
had. Yeah, thank you.
All righty, I have nothing. I am looking for a motion to adjourn.
I bring a motion to adjourn tonight's meeting.
Mr. Queens? Oh, Shazam, sorry. All righty. The next meeting of the Board of Education of Kent County will be held on March 9th, 2026, beginning at 5:30 PM with the open session. Open session will be immediately followed by the board members going into closed session. The open session will resume at 6:30 PM. The meeting will be located at the administrative building in the boardroom 5608 Boundary Avenue in Rock Hall. Now, looking for a motion to adjourn.
Bring a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Mr. Queens made the motion.
I'll second.
Ms. McKenzie second. I can't imagine there's any discussion about that. So I call for the vote. All